Welcome everybody to USF and in particular the School of Management. You know, if we combine the rapid rate of technological change with really this globalized economy that we're living in, it's really evident that our cities are really transforming at an unprecedented pace. But while the fast-moving currents are found in pretty much every urbanized setting, not every city is really doing well to navigate them. In an increasingly digital and global economy, cities must be able to attract high-end talent, foster innovation, and maintain competitiveness. And failing to do so can have really dire consequences, as we know. Which cities are prepared to adapt and which will get left behind in the dust is the real question. You know, interestingly enough, this year's World Economic Forum report included a review of what they call the City Momentum Index, which really tries to identify the cities that are at the forefront of the innovation economy by looking at some key factors, such as the number of tech firms, education, environment, transparency, infrastructure, and international patents. By investing in and leveraging the strengths and technology in the physical and digital connectivity, quality of life, and sustainability, these cities are positioned to really maintain their performance in the future in this competitive landscape. The report identified the top 30 cities according to this criteria for long-term success, as well as 30 cities that they felt were destined to hold their momentum in the short term. Here are the top 5 cities in this 2018 list, positioned for success globally. Number 1, surprise, San Francisco. Number 2, Silicon Valley. Number 3, New York. Number 4, London. And number 5, Boston. So these are the top global cities at the top of this City Momentum Index. So the symposium today is really about ensuring the long-term success and momentum of San Francisco and Silicon Valley. The School of Management is really committed to this kind of supporting this kind of innovation and entrepreneurship and technology in cities. We've done that by supporting symposiums like this, through faculty publications. Riggs and his colleagues have just offered a new book in disruptive transport. 3, we've done this through really investing in global immersions to really have our students experience sustainability on a global scale. And number 4, you know, we've just launched our 2.0 Innovate for Good in London, which is really about the conversation about sustainability, doing business, and doing good. So today is really about continuing this successful momentum of San Francisco and the Silicon Valley. So I hope everybody really enjoys the day, has fun, and collaborate and learn what you can. Thank you very much.
All right, so I'm gonna ask my partner in crime here, Giovanni Turcello, to come up. So first off, you know, just thank you again. We have a lot of other people that helped us make this happen. Arip, MTI, Fair and Peers, and 3 Revolutions, who are our partners on here, as well as Bros, Invest Bavaria, Lyft, Smith Group, Ballistic, Planizen, and NorCal APA. So if you're a member of the APA today, you're going to be getting continuing ed credit, 7 units. So here's our outlook for today. Giovanni and I just wanted to actually provide some framing to start off, and then we're going to invite Allison Malik up to offer some introductory remarks. She's COO of May Mobility, and I'll let her have an illustrious introduction in just a minute. But first off, I just wanted to just take a moment and have poll you all. Just a simple poll. We're getting you warmed up. So if you've got one of these trusty digital things here, my brother-in-law would say a flange, but just pull it out, and if you go to pollev.com/avcity, And if you see this link down at the bottom, that's the link we'll be using all day today, polev.com/avcity. And if you go there, you'll see, you should see some information. So we have a little bit of a norming experience here, and it's important to actually see where we are as a community. So, and here's my comic relief here. What's a scooter? That's probably me. I clearly live in a hole in that city called the Silicon Valley. But you see here, we do have a normative experience that we're developing. So just give people a couple more minutes to get a feel for this tool. We'll be using it throughout the day to encourage you to interact. And while we have panels this morning, our afternoon is going to be very applied, and you're going to see stuff appear in front of you at these tables, and we're going to ask that you work with it. And we'll be actually reporting back through this tool, but we'll also ask that you use this tool to ask questions. And so our question and answer session will not be passing a mic. It will be completely anonymous, and you'll be actually posting your questions on this platform. So that's why I want to make sure we do a little bit of norming in terms of understanding what tool we'll be using. From a Q&A standpoint, it also allows you to upvote or downvote questions if you feel like a question is very important. And we'll be using the same question framework all day. Let's do one more try, and then I want to hand it over to Giovanni. We have a quick question. I think I see it.
I'm just wondering if you're preferring the web or the text, or does it not matter?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yes. Thank you for the question. This is platform agnostic. So if you actually have a dial pad, great question. Glad we took time for that. So how do you think personal transportation via walking, cycling, or riding a scooter, skateboard, etc., will change with autonomous vehicles? And the reason I ask this is I'm very biased in this direction, and I thought it was important in terms of kicking Giovanni off, who's an expert in travel behavior and has done some of the real actual modeling with regard to what we think is revealed in some of these new modes. For me, this is interesting, and I think IS have this assumption, but let's keep in mind this bias, right? We're starting off with a bias towards non-automotive modes, and we here in San Francisco may have a shared bias that is much different than my parents who live in Indiaki, who live in a Midwestern town that is much different in terms of the urban form that we experience here. So I want to start us off with that thought, and I'm going to turn it over to Giovanni now. Giovanni directs the Three Revolutions Mobility Program at UC Davis, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about new mobility.
Thank you very much, Billy. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here. It's a pleasure for me and for the entire Three Revolution Future Mobility Program at UC Davis to co-organize this event and support it. I think it's very important to gather people in this room, experts with different backgrounds, to discuss how really we can help cities be more sustainable in a time in which we have so many big transformations happening. And as Billy said, a lot of the work I do is really related to travel behavior research and understanding how people adopt new technologies and new services in transportation. And this is a very exciting time to work in this area. Already several years ago, we started having first services like car sharing, bike sharing services that are starting to revolutionize transportation in cities. More recently, we had in the last 4 or 5 years big changes associated with adoption of Uber and Lyft. Nowadays, we cannot count really how many apps we have on our smartphones to access all type of transportation, all type of services, and new things that are happening very quickly sometimes are changing our cities a lot. And one of the examples, for instance, a couple of slides ago, we asked you, if you use already an electric scooter, big cities and a lot of urban areas in the US are really being transformed by new mobility solutions. And so it's very important to think, how these services are changing the way we live, the way we travel, and also our relationship with the cars and owning a car versus accessing one or accessing different modes of transportation when needed. Because we want to be very interactive, we are curious to see, with another question now, for instance, when was the last time that you used a TNC, a ride-hailing company like Uber and Lyft? And here we go. Okay, somebody was already jumping in. Several people came today since with an Uber or a Lyft. And as you can see, Of course, this is a biased audience because certainly a lot of transportation experts, a lot of technology adopters, but it's impressive to see how these numbers are growing very quickly year over year. If we were asking the same question last year, it would have been definitely lower. Okay, somebody still never use it. And it's interesting to see how that percentage is actually getting smaller and smaller the more time is passing. I borrowed this slide from my colleague Bruce Schaller that has been authoring some very nice reports in the last couple of years showing the big growth that we have seen in the number of trips and VMT associated with the use of Uber and Lyft. And it's interesting already, Bruce predicts that this year the trips made by Uber and Lyft will already outnumber the use of many forms of public transportation in big cities in the US. In particular, Uber and Lyft will be over the use of all local buses in the United States. And this is a big question also for planning. Do we need to continue to provide transit services as we think today, or how we need to change things in order to make them more efficient or integrate with the technology? This is a graph showing a little bit the growth of a lot of big services that have transformed cities. This comes from our dear friend and colleague Regina Clilo. And we can see some of the first generation shared mobility services like car sharing, they had a very slow adoption rate and growth over time that was more moderate. But in the recent years, we have had some big changes really brought by ride-hailing companies and the new changes brought nowadays by e-scooters. These are really skyrocketing already when we have only less than a year, more or less, in which they are present in cities. How these services are impacting the use of other modes. So, for instance, I'm curious to ask you what you would have done, what means of transportation you would have used if Uber and Lyft were not available during the last trip that you did using these services. Would you have used public transportation, or you would have used a private car or hailed a taxi, or you would have not made this trip at all, perhaps? And clearly, there's a lot of substitution happening with these new modes that are in disrupting transportation in cities. Certainly, this is bringing a lot of changes in the way we travel. Some of these are negative, when we think about the possibility that we walk and bike less, for instance, and we do less physical activity. Some of us might be actually positive. I want to quote one respondent. Okay, it seems in this audience, almost 50% would have ridden public transportation. This is quite a concern. And of course, we are operating in San Francisco where public transportation is well developed and there are a lot of options, so a lot of people would have used public transportation, but what happens nowadays with these new services? So as I was saying, changes can be also good. I want to quote one of our respondents in one of our surveys that we done recently during the past year in Georgia, this one in particular, who said actually that he would have got a ride in a cop's car if Lyft and Uber were not available, which is certainly an example of we are glad he didn't get a DUI and this passenger actually was using Uber and Lyft. So sometimes changes can be good. But I want to quote some results from a study that we are managing at UC Davis. This is a panel study in California about how disruptive technologies are changing travel behavior. And I would say that nowadays we still have a very small percentage of users of these services who are increasing the use of public transportation thanks to the presence of Uber and Lyft. For the vast majority, the opposite is true. For the vast majority, actually, there is a substitution effect in which transit is being reduced and it's being substituted by these services. So again, we have to work more to integrate the third column is the green one, is the one where we have the positive changes, which are done by a very small minority of users nowadays. And so we need probably to work a lot in policies, in planning, in regulations, in order to make environmentally friendly changes happen. And of course, for all details that you are interested, I'm providing sources on the bottom. You can check more there. So I want to quote again Bruce Schaller. He has been very controversial this year, showing that even if shared ride-hailing services like Uber Pool or Lyft Line, that now has been rebranded as Lyft Share, were dominant, still we would have an increase in VMT, in the total vehicle miles traveled on our roads in the United States. Now, some companies have actually been disagreeing a lot with the results from Bruce Schaller, but I wanted to put this here because I think it's a good starting point to start our discussion and think also how we should operate in the field of policies and planning and regulations. And the big question is, how will AVs play in this landscape? And I want to quote again another study we're doing as a cooperation between UC Berkeley and Davis, in which we're actually running a behavioral experiment to try to simulate life with an autonomous vehicle. And because we cannot really do this in real life for all households in the society, we actually simulate that, providing some drivers that will actually get into the driver's seat of the car that is currently owned by the household. So everything remains the same, buying the gasoline, doing the maintenance of the car, the level of comfort of the car, but we have more flexibility in leaving the car at home or going to work and the car drives again by itself at home, and we have no need to park where it's very expensive and so on. And some of our results have shown that in this scenario with personally owned autonomous vehicle, we would have a sharp increase in VMT. We would have also some positive results, some very nice increase, for instance, in the level of mobility and level of travel for people with disabilities and people with some problems in driving at night or feeling not very confident in driving. But at the same time, from the societal perspective, something on which we need to act. And this is something definitely in which we need to base our policies, and we need to do something more to try to align the adoption of innovation with sustainability. So I think this is the kind of meeting we need to have. We need to have more stakeholders here. We need also to get outside of the academic world to contact and to work together with policymakers and with people that are making decisions today to make sure that we have the right policies, the right levers today to make sure that the future looks a little bit better than what it could be if we leave the market just acting and regulating by itself. I want to cut it short here because I think it's time for our keynote speaker, but thank you for being with us, and it will be an exciting day all day today, and we will have a lot of interesting discussion, I'm sure.
All right, so I'm going to do the truncated version of your introduction, Allison, which is Allison, COO of May Mobility, MBA from Kelley School, Indiana University, go IU, and in numerous contexts, like a top 20, top 10, under 30 in kind of the executive sector in this area. But why we're interested in having her is she's really part of the solution, I think, of this new mobility future. And I really look forward to what she has to share. So without further ado, all right, thanks, Allison. Yeah, let's welcome Allison.
I'm not good enough to do presentations backwards, so I'm going to scroll through. No problem. First off, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you so much, Billy and Giovanni. That was actually like the perfect tee up. I am Allison. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of May Mobility. We provide self-driving transportation services. I come at this actually from a background of automotive engineering. I worked at GM for 10 years, so I have a distinct respect for what it means to make technology that doesn't kill people. And bring that to May Mobility, but also bring the eyes of a city dweller. I live in the city of Detroit, which has a very different opportunity and challenge set than the city of San Francisco, but we still have a lot of cyclists, we have scooters, we have a bus system that is trying to get itself back together, and that really informs myself and also with May Mobility, how we think about the future. And I think Giovanni actually teed it up really well. We're at this really unique point where no one can model where we go from here. It's scary. We were actually talking about this in the prep room during breakfast. It's scary because you've got people that need to have plans for traffic studies and what should we be doing with our roads, but it's also a really exciting opportunity because now we don't know what the future will be, but we can shape it. But it really does come down to policy and thinking about how we set the right policies to keep us from the Carmageddon that could be too many cars with too many individual passengers, creating nothing but gridlock. We with May Mobility think that there is a better future out there and are trying to work directly with communities to get there. So today, I'm not actually going to talk about AV technology or the state of the industry. I'll just tell you that fully robotaxi vehicles, 10 years plus, so we've got some time. But there are short-term applications for the technology, and we actually think it's a great opportunity to get out there, start learning about how these systems can fit within a transportation fabric, so that way they don't have to bring movement to a halt once we get to full level 5 autonomy. So today I will be talking about the future and it being multimodal. As we think about all of the types of things that you all work on, that we work on, it can be self-driving technology, it can be policy, smart cities, energy, all of that. All of that goes back to the people that we are trying to serve. And if we follow how people are using whatever we're offering and how we want to change their habits, we really need to look at where they're headed, and they're headed into cities. So when we think about the solutions that we're designing and how we think about policy, it's not a bad place to start with urban density and urban policy. I think by 2030, like 60 or 70% of the world's population will be in cities. We have great cities in the US, they're actually kind of small. And so when we think about globally as well, the impact that technology and planning can have, there's a ton of opportunity, but we need to make sure that we're thinking about it in the right way. So if we follow through and think about city policy, there's a lot of opportunities. So this is where I get to give my shameless plug. There's a lot of opportunities that can be solved in the short run as we think about how transportation services can mesh together. Buses, when they're full, are really great and really efficient forms of transportation. When they're not full, they're a huge waste of money, but we need to make sure that service is provided. So one of the things that we're excited to do with May Mobility is actually provide first mile, last mile transportation that is shared. We're working on accessible features so that way we can actually bring people with wheelchairs in. This works in all weather if you have kids. So really trying to be a solution that can help people get from sort of the point where they got pretty close to where they're going to where they're going when solutions like walking and biking don't make sense. So this is actually live on the roads right now, actually in the city of Detroit, carrying people. Which is really exciting as we provide transportation service today for a commercial entity that needs first mile, last mile solved for car commuters. And we will be live in Columbus, Ohio in December of this year, actually providing service to help connect people in the downtown area to reduce all that parking from people that aren't from there trying to get from one destination to another. We think that there's a lot of opportunities like that we can solve, but in order to find the right ones, we need to take a moment and step back and think about the urban environment. Urban environments are very, very complex systems. People need to move, goods need to move for all sorts of different reasons. You also have all of the utilities and developers and parks and pets and animals, and all of these things need to be able to integrate together. And it can create congestion, frustration, weird planning rules and things like that. But if we step back and look for examples of how complexity is managed elsewhere, there's actually a really good example. And all of us are familiar with it. It's our circulatory system. So we, as mammals, have veins and we have capillaries. Veins and arteries just have blood running in different directions, so I'm going to categorize them as veins. Our veins and capillaries are pretty much the same size as the veins and capillaries in squirrels and in whales. That is impressive. That is a simple system that works almost regardless of the size of the thing it's trying to serve. And so I think that that is a really great parallel for how we can think about transportation systems to work for cities like San Francisco, for metro areas like the whole Silicon Valley, to cities like Detroit that have completely different challenges. If we can think about solutions in this way, we can actually come up with solutions that are flexible to local need, but are universal in a way that allow us to do a lot more at scale. So when we think about transportation solutions and how we can pull that parallel from the veins and capillaries of our circulatory system, we need to think about transportation planning. Historically, we've thought in terms of the veins, which is great, And now as we've thought towards veins in terms of public transportation, and we've operated like we have capillaries in terms of personally owned vehicles, and we've created a bit of a mess for ourselves. And so as we look towards the future, we really need to kind of step back and think about this again from a systems engineering perspective. How do we provide a bit of clarity back to thinking about transit arteries and recognizing that individuals usually want the capillary solution? Part of that is really thinking about how we can even just use our existing streets. We don't have to change the pavement. Maybe we have to change the paint on the pavement. We don't have to change the pavement. We have to think about the right systems that we can put in place to be able to move more people. I think here I'm probably preaching to the choir, so take these solutions and carry them forward. But as even we as May Mobility talk, it can be a bit sacrilegious to talk about, my vehicle shouldn't be carrying 1,000 people at a time. I have a 6-seater car. That is not the right solution if 1,000 people need to go in the same direction. The right solution there might be a bus, if it's only one time or part of a day, or it could be light rail or heavy rail. And these are the types of discussions that we all need to remind ourselves that need to be going on. AV is a part of the future, but if we make it the whole future, we're leaving a lot on the table in terms of how we think about giving everyone access to as much transportation as we can. So this is actually a study that was done by APTA in terms of new mobility. So if you would like a link to this study that actually shows how to get more people to the same road network, see me after. It's pretty interesting and I think really informative to how we should establish new policy modes. And this actually has nothing to do with self-driving vehicles. So there's actually a lot that we can be doing today, even as we look at the world of buses and bikes and scooters and lifts and personally driven vehicles. There's a lot of frameworks that we can start to put in place that will help us to prepare for the future when 20% more of the population has access to transportation. So that 20% more is people that have mobility challenges, or they can't drive at night, or they're, for one reason or another, can't drive themselves. Just adding 20% more of the population to the road network is going to make it more challenging unless we start to take steps today. This type of approach is really going to take a look, like I said, back towards community level thinking. When we think about ourselves, I did take a lift here this morning because I was thinking about myself trying to get here on time. If we all solve this challenge for our individual self, we will all take an individual car, and eventually we will all not be moving on the road networks. So we as leaders in our communities need to recognize this now and try to get out ahead of it, to try to bring everyone along for the idea that we need to start thinking about this as a community. How do we all make sure that we're getting where we need to go? The beauty of it is that it doesn't actually have to be worse for any one individual. A great example is actually from Oslo in Sweden. They adopted a congestion tax for their central business district, or for the center city. And in that case, it was actually enacted by a liberal leader, and the Conservative Party was really angry, and this was going to be a terrible thing, so they made it a pilot. And it went so well in terms of reducing congestion that when the Conservative government took over, they kept the tax and they increased it. By increasing the tax, they were actually able to reduce travel times in their city center by about 20 or 30%. So those individuals that could pay the tax, their travel time was reduced, which is great for those that can afford it. The other really awesome part of this story is they were able to fund an entirely new transit line off of the income from the taxes. So not only were the individuals that could afford the taxes given a better transportation experience, but more people got to have transportation because a whole nother line was able to be brought on. And these are the types of system-level approaches that we need to think about and try to lead with. This surprisingly enough ends up a win-win. And these are the types of opportunities that we need to look for as we're trying to change people's paradigms around, I need to be able to get where I'm going with my car, versus everyone probably needs to get where they're going, and how can we do it as cost and time efficiently as possible. And when we think about transportation planning at a whole, sorry, the rendering was a little bit lighter on my screen. We need to make sure that we're thinking about where people are going. Where are they going to? Where are they coming from? No one's just moving for the sake of moving. Or very few people. Maybe, if they can't sleep or their kid can't sleep, so they want to drive in the car. But very few people are just moving for the sake of moving. So when we think about this, we actually need to think about our city design and transit design in terms of where are people going and how are we creating the connections to get there. And this is where it really becomes a powerful policy opportunity. It's not just tech leaders. It's not just transportation planners. Urban planning and city policy needs to be a part of this. I actually can't tell you how many times I've talked with cities. They're like, we want to bring AVs. We're really excited about your service. We just built this new jobs hub, an inland port type of thing. So there's lots of warehouse jobs and it's great. And it is 1 mile from the end of our bus line. 1 mile. Now let's think about this. Does it really make sense if you've got people changing at shifts in the 20s to 100s to bring in AVs, or does it make sense from the start to make sure that your bus line extends? I'm going to go with it makes sense from the start to make sure your bus line extends. So these are the types of discussions that, again, we as community leaders need to be pushing for. We need to bring people back to thinking about this as a system. You don't have capillaries in your body just because. You have capillaries that deliver blood exactly where they need to go, to your muscles and to your organs, so you can be the delightful human that you are. We need to treat our cities in the same way. If we create these great job centers or these great residential areas, but no one can get to them, it's not actually functional. We need to see these things as tied together, hand in hand. So why do we actually care? I know I care because I like to be able to get to my meetings and get to my presentations on time. That is important to me. But when we think about it as a whole, it's really about life outcomes. Transportation is one of the single most important factors in helping people change their life situation. In low-income communities, it can be the difference between living to your first birthday or not. Transportation. When we think about transportation, we do not think about life outcomes often. Maybe we think about the EMS, but this is follow-up doctor's appointments, keeping people out of emergency rooms. This is getting people to training so they can better their station in life. And that's just like normal transportation. Even public transit can help us to achieve those goals. When we think further about autonomous vehicles, the opportunities there then extend themselves to people that can already afford their own individual vehicle. We can help people and prevent situations where drivers are either drowsy, distracted, or drunk. When we think about life outcomes and also reducing car accidents, this isn't part of the opportunity for autonomous vehicles, and it's very exciting. But it plays a part in this broader opportunity that we have as we think about transportation. It's not just about drunk drivers. It's also about follow-up doctor's appointments. And so we should find as many opportunities as we can to help bring transportation back to people in a way that can resonate with them. And oftentimes, stories around people are the best way to do that. So as we go forward into our communities and try to lead the charge in thinking about new mobility, don't forget the stories of the people that we're trying to help. Thank you all for your time this morning. I think we saved some time for some Q&A. I'd like to just leave you with this. As we think about the multimodal future and the impacts that we can have on transportation, let's all make sure that we're focused on how we can help people drive less and live more. Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm the person that gets to play timekeeper, and so we're going to roll through Q&A. Allison's going to be here for a little while, but if you remember, you do have a Q&A module here, and we will be able to circle back to some of those questions. But I want to invite our first panel up. We got a little late start, and I want to make sure we save time for. We actually have a really rich discussion, and that was super interesting. And one of the things that I remember. Allison distinctly telling me when we were on a panel together this summer was, it's about people, but it's also about lines and signs. And a roadway, a poorly paved road is not good on anybody's drivetrain. And so if I can cite you there and use that as kind of a fuel for launching us into the next panel, really focused on energy and the environment. So if I get the panelists to come up, and this panel is led by Melissa Rule from ARIP. So if you could just come up, we'll get launched, and we're not going to take a break. We'll have a little break before our next panel focused on transit and social justice. But if you remember here, and you should all have this on your devices, if you do have a question, feel free to post it. We'll have time throughout the day to pick those questions up and dialogue those questions. So without further ado, I'll introduce Melissa.
Thank you, Billy. So this panel is on energy and the environment. So I'll be quick with the intro so that we can move right into presentations and discussion. So you may all be familiar with the UN report that came out earlier this month, I believe, that said that we have a maximum of 12 years to avoid catastrophic environmental breakdown. So 12 years is nothing in a planning timeline. That's enough time to make a plan and start to implement it. That's almost no time at all. And the former UN climate chief who ran the Paris Agreement in 2015 said the illustrations of mounting impact, the fast approaching and irreversible tipping points are visceral versions of a future that no policymaker could wish to usher in or be responsible for. So the stakes are pretty high. AVs could be a solution. They could be a challenge. They could really take us even farther back. So I'd like to introduce our panel on that note. The stakes are quite high, as I'm sure we all recognize. Let me get up their bios here. So first I'd like to, and we're sitting in a little bit of a funky order from a presentation perspective. So first I'd like to introduce Mike Boswell. If you could raise your hand so that they know. Mike is department head and professor in city and regional planning at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, otherwise known as California Polytechnic State University in San Luis Obispo. He has published on topics such as climate action planning, hazard mitigation, autonomous vehicles, local government planning and decision-making, and sustainable development. Next, I'd like to introduce Kent Leacock. You could raise your hand. Thanks. Kent is a Senior Director of Government Relations and Public Policy at Proterra, the leading U.S. manufacturer of zero-emission commercial transit solutions. He serves as Director for the Board of Directors for Velos. We talked about this beforehand and didn't get it right. An organization committed to educating, engaging, and empowering Californians from all walks of life to choose electric transportation. Becky Steckler is AICP. Becky, AICP, is the program manager for Urbanism Next at the University of Oregon. She is a member of the Oregon Legislature Legislative Task Force on Autonomous Vehicles that will make recommendations to the Oregon Legislature on enabling legislation for autonomous vehicles. Katie Angadi leads autonomous vehicle policy and planning efforts at San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency's Office of Innovation, SFMTA Office of Innovation. Katie previously served as the Director of State and Federal Legislative Affairs for the San Francisco Mayor's Office, where she played a key role in the mayor's dialogue between AV industry leaders and the city's public safety leaders. And last but not least, Bruce Appleyard. Bruce is an associate professor of city planning and urban design at San Diego State University, where he works with people and agencies to help them make more informed decisions about how we all live, work, and thrive now and well into the future. So on that note, I would like to introduce Mike Boswell.
Good morning. Thank you. Thanks to Billy for organizing this again, a wonderful event, and thanks for Melissa for getting us organized. I don't have any slides. Did you pick a pretty slide for me for the background?
Just this one.
Oh, well, that'll do. That'll work. I just as a few opening remarks, I'm not a transportation planner. I come from the environmental policy and planning world, so it's always interesting to talk about transportation. But as the electric vehicle, the vehicle sharing, and now the autonomous vehicle technologies are becoming quite robust, it's pretty clear that we're in some sort of transportation revolution. And my work as an environmental planner, I'm quite aware that many of the environmental problems that I've been spending a lot of my career trying to solve are created by automobiles. I'm going to talk mostly about greenhouse gas emissions, but I've also worked in urban stormwater runoff and non-point source pollution, which in urban areas is a significant contributor, is automobiles and their associated facilities like gas stations, for example. Non-point source pollution is our biggest polluter of lakes and rivers in the U.S. Also issues around air pollution, particularly diesel particulate matter, which not only is an environmental, generally an environmental problem, but it's an environmental health or public health problem as well. So if we are in a transportation revolution, then it's an opportunity to not only solve mobility problems, but it's an opportunity to solve environmental problems. Specifically on greenhouse gas emissions, as somebody who works on climate action planning, one of the key questions that we have to answer is what does the future transportation system in our communities look like, because that's how we can estimate and develop policy on greenhouse gas emissions reduction. And a few years ago, well, more than a few years ago maybe, I started asking transportation engineers, what does VMT look like in an autonomous future? And what I got was the shruggy. We don't know, which is interesting when you ask an engineer a very technical question and they say we don't know. So I panicked a little, and this is what drove my interest in autonomous vehicles. So I'm just going to lay out a number of things to think about, and then I'll pass it off to the next person. This GHG question is complicated, and it's complicated for at least 8 different reasons that I can think of. The question of whether these vehicles will be electrified, and then the possibility for smart grid integration, whether VMT will go up or down, will the number of vehicles produced and owned and managed go up or down? How will it affect other modes, particularly bicycling, bike and ped, transit, and micromobility? What are the issues with driving efficiency, issues like platooning? There's vehicle design and the potential to build obviously much smaller vehicles. There's the energy use of the vehicle themselves, since they're equipped now with more CPUs and cameras and so on and so forth. And then there's a whole life cycle question of the vehicle as well, and it's in what we call its embodied energy or embodied emissions. So these are 8 areas where there's many questions in those areas that are largely unanswered, and I need the answers to all of them if I'm going to be able to effectively forecast and plan for greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you.
Thank you. So eight key questions moving forward, and maybe we can share around those questions later on for policymakers and researchers to dive into. So next we have Kent, and we have some videos for Kent, which I will try to bring up here. do you want to speak first, and I'll try and figure this out?
Well, in the interest of not having me drone, I know it's going to be a long day, so I love to show videos, and that will be my intro. We'll go first with the video, and then I'll make some comments, and I believe the professor's comments about greenhouse gases will dovetail nicely with what I'm going to be saying.
Someone's coming. Oh, okay, sweet. Okay.
Okay, well, I'll just make some lead-in comments then. As you heard, Proterra is the manufacturer of zero-emission, 100% battery electric buses. Think Tesla for transit. And this is a phenomenon that's growing more than most people realize in the US. When I joined the company about 3.5 years ago, we literally had half a dozen customers in 4 or 5 different states. Now we have over 90 transit customers in 41 states and 2 Canadian provinces. And that's in states as diverse as, we have more customers in Texas alone than we did when I joined the company. And we definitely have more customers in California. And these are all zero emissions. So my first message is, as it relates to autonomous vehicles, is that if I was a policymaker and establishing policy, the first would be any autonomous vehicle that's 100% autonomous has to be electric, right out of the box. And that dovetails with electrify everything. In certain cities already, their grid and their generation is so clean that you're going to have the effects are multiplied by the use of electric vehicles. Here in California, with our renewable portfolio standard, we're getting cleaner and cleaner. And surprisingly enough, across the US, they have overgeneration in wind. And as you've heard, maybe many of you have heard of the duck curve, where we have overgeneration with solar here during the day. So electrify everything dovetails right into school buses that can charge midday and take overgeneration off the grid, and then charge again at night when we have overgeneration from wind, with the same as transit, because unlike in the passenger vehicle market, they have a very set duty cycle, and so you don't have the worry of stranded assets. Those transit buses will charge every night, day after day, year after year, on and on and on. And they represent a load in various jurisdictions that can be hundreds of thousands of megawatts and eliminate hundreds of millions of tons of greenhouse gases.
Okay, let's try again.
Okay, so in the transit world, we view autonomy as a safety enhancement, strictly. We don't view a world in the urban setting where there will be a 100% autonomous vehicle without a driver. Now, the driver may become a customer service agent, he may become someone that assists the handicapped. He may become someone that helps those that are challenged with sophisticated fare box, or he may just become a gatekeeper for cleanup on aisle 11 at 10:30 at night. Because of the nature of transit riders, you just never know what you're going to get from the way of a rider. But because of the nature of riders, autonomy can be a huge safety enhancement, because once you have a bus filled with people and you don't know what they're going to be saying or doing, they can be a distraction. And all it takes is a half a second for a bus driver, driving a multi-ton vehicle to look the other way, or somebody yelling at him inside the bus, and catastrophe happens. So we view, and that's the reason we're doing this experiment with the University of Reno, collecting data to see what the impact of autonomy would be from a safety perspective as well as a cost perspective. Because in the world of transit, and you'll probably hear this from other folks, one of the first concerns is safety. The same in the autonomous vehicle world. But it's safety, and then the biggest after safety, it's ridership and negative impact on ridership, so cost. Because anything that costs money that could detract from the ability to offer service to their customers or clients or partners, if you will, can't happen. However, if autonomy can save them money from negative impacts and they can offer better, more efficient service, then that is a benefit. So we think that in our world, autonomy will be a component as a safety enhancement, but it won't in the urban atmosphere, in downtown settings, with high levels of activity of all kinds and all kinds of riders. We don't envision any time in our foreseeable future where you'll have 100% autonomy, and I don't quite frankly think that you should. I also think that as it relates to linking various modes of transportation, it does make sense to really establish what the ridership patterns are and getting the most people moved the most efficiently, such that there's somebody made mention earlier of a platooning technology, where in Texas right now they're testing trucks that are outfitted for platooning technology, where they are running in a formation where there minimal distance between them that would be considered unsafe right now. But when the lead truck, for example, puts on its brakes, before the truck right behind it, before the driver can even see the brake lights, the truck behind it it's braking. And then they can run in this fashion for a higher level of energy efficiency, fuel efficiency, and you could duplicate that in the bus world, leaving bus terminals as almost a mobile light rail. Rather than having stranded asset of light rail, building them out to hundreds of millions of dollars, you could use platoon buses as a light rail that could respond to changing demographic, changing housing patterns, and supplement the existing rail lines that have been built in various parts of the U.S. For example, you could use a platooning method to get to urban centers or not urban centers, but large population centers in, say, Gilroy after the end of the BART line ends, rather than having a bunch of 4 or 5 passenger autonomous vehicles. Those could be in Gilroy or some of these other farther out locations after buses that are carrying large amounts of people get there. So I think that all the different options of mobility with good planners can be utilized to the advantage of the American populace. I'm not an urban planner, not a transportation planner. I'm an advocate for electrification in transportation, and I think that that is a key component in this overall matrix of mobility. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. So I think that. No.
I was just going to say that this other slide was strictly that's technology that's deployed right now as a safety ad. It's called Mobile Eye. It's basically a camera with activation, warning signals, so that buses in their blind spots don't run over kids, skateboarders, anybody that happens to not be paying attention to the bus. And quite frankly, our buses, they're 100% electric. they're silent, they're quiet, and they can sneak up on you. First time it happened to me, it was a little surprising in a parking lot. I looked around and there was a bus that had glided up behind me, and because I thought I heard a little tire noise. So that's just technology that's currently deployed now on almost all the buses that we sell, and we're hoping that, like I said, in the future there will be autonomy level for a safety enhancement. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kent. So one of the takeaways is that we need to figure out how to integrate electrification and safety together. So next, we're going to hear from Becky.
So I am Becky Steckler. I'm the program manager at Urbanism Next at the University of Oregon. It feels like there's a lot of academics up here, but before working at the U of O, I also worked for my Oregon chapter of the American Planning Association, so really thinking about land use related issues across the state of Oregon. And I've worked with a state agency, the Department of Land Conservation and Development, as well as an economics consulting firm on the economics of land use and transportation. And I jumped at the opportunity to be able to work at the U of O. I've only been there for about a year now. And just because this is such a fascinating topic. And I was really thrilled when we got funding from the Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance, not quite a year ago, and to really look at and work with the cities of Portland, Seattle, and Vancouver, British Columbia, because they wanted to understand how would autonomous vehicles present, what kind of challenges and opportunities would they present to their ability to implement their climate action plans. And so really looking through their climate action plans and thinking about the potential changes. And so we have a report, and I've got a couple of copies if you're interested in it, that looks at those changes and challenges and opportunities. But it all kind of, and those are three cities that are really thinking about it. They all have strong both land use and transportation policies. So if anyone's going to be able to get it right, I felt like, those are cities that definitely will. But really kind of looking at this at the same time that I'm reading articles in the New York Times about the Koch brothers really fighting against transit initiatives, and talking to folks in Bend, Oregon, for example, that are trying to get their transportation system moving, and really realizing that if we continue to do what we have always done, and there are very strong efforts to do that, that we will never be able to solve our climate action problems. And at the end of the day, as I was thinking about kind of the final takeaways for this particular report, it's like, we got to get rid of parking. And we have this great opportunity to actually get people out of their personal vehicles and into something else, and then actually develop that land. So when Allison was talking about, the circulatory system and really thinking about our end destinations and how you get there, like, that is our greatest opportunity, I think, with autonomous vehicles, is really thinking about, how do you cluster those things and what's the behavior? I'm fascinated by the behavioral economics kind of question that's really in all of this, and the work that's being done by Giovanni and others about really thinking about, what will people choose? And almost every transportation conversation I have with my colleagues and people I work with around the country is constantly having that. I was walking to BART, but then I saw that the Lyft line and Uber Pool was about the same price, and it was in the same direction, and it was going to come a lot quicker. And so that's why I literally changed my mode on the way, as my coworker said last night. And so, so just having the freedom to really think about that has been fascinating, and so as people say, well, AVs are going to be the silver bullet. You can get farther. It's going to be cheaper, and I can have so much access. And definitely people who don't have as much access, that latent demand. If you're a senior and you want to drive farther, go out at night, and now you really can. But then also, what does that do to the overall transportation system? Or when now, as our Uber, as an Uber driver from my other coworker said, that does Uber Eats and delivers one cupcake every Saturday, and the cupcake costs $3 and the delivery costs $4. But obviously the price is wrong if that is worthwhile for that person. Or to deliver the McDonald's milkshake, and these are all deliveries that this particular person made. So really thinking about both the changes in passengers and people, and the responsibility that governments have to really think about the policies, programs, and pricing that get us to the most efficient system as possible. And with that, I'll pass it on.
Thank you, Becky. So one of our key takeaways that we should have from this report, which I recommend you all check out. I've had the opportunity to flip through it, haven't dug into it deep yet, and it's got a lot of important takeaways for policymakers, planners, and designers. So one of the key takeaways that you just brought up is we need to design more efficient systems that encourage more efficient behaviors. Okay, and on to Katie.
Everybody, can you hear me? So I'm not Tom McGuire. That is our director of Sustainable Streets that was on your program, but I'm Katie and Gotti, and we did a quick bait and switch on you, so I hope that's okay. So we'll just go through kind of these slides slowly, just try kind of an illustration of how we've been planning our streets for cars over the last century. So this is Masonic Avenue, and you can see in before and then after we've added bike lanes and pedestrian improvements and landscaping. The next slide, again, is another before photo of Masonic Avenue. You can see after we've added another bike lane, a center median reducing travel lanes, and also sidewalk improvements. This next slide, Folsom. So you can see with this, we've we already have a green bike lane there. We have soft hip posts and kind of a pedestrian safety center, but we learned that this wasn't enough, and we're continually adapting. And so the after was moving that bike lane to the far side, creating a buffered area for them, improving the signals. You can see kind of at the very top, there's a protected kind of right turn signal, and then we added specific bike signals, and then separated bus shelter kind of in the middle of the photo there so that bicyclists are able to kind of cruise right through. And we're finally designing cities, as you can see from these photos, for human scale transportation. In the next slide, you can also see that other cities, so this is New York, are also kind of doing these same planning strategy. So the next slide you can see is for, I think that's kind of a popular photo. So in the last decade, cities have been moving towards complete streets. We've been reconfiguring our roadways to encourage mode shift to more environmentally sustainable modes. We define environmentally sustainable modes at MTA as modes that maximize occupancy, that are low or no emission, and that reduce vehicle miles traveled on our streets. In 2017, we met our mode shift goal. That was 52% of all trips from and within San Francisco were from biking, walking, and transit. So we're really focusing on designing streets to move people instead of cars. So I'll throw a few numbers at you now. So in San Francisco, the transportation sector accounts for 46% of citywide greenhouse gas emissions. So almost half of the city's emissions, when taking into consideration building, heating and lighting, landfill, transportation, almost half of that is from transportation. 91% of those emissions are generated by private vehicles. 2% of those come from San Francisco's transit operations. So 2%, yet all of our vehicles transport over 700,000 people per day. So by far, public transit is the most efficient mode of transportation. So moving people from privately owned, single occupancy, gasoline powered vehicles to sustainable modes, I think is our most powerful tool to curbing climate change and congestion. And just as Melissa had mentioned, we think that AV vehicles can either complement our goal of actually net zero emissions now by 2050, or they can hinder it. Some AV companies are contemplating electric vehicles, which is great, but some of them aren't. Sustainability is also about reducing congestion, and depending on the business model, whether they be private vehicles or whether they be rolled out in fleets, we're concerned about reducing congestion. So we think that the cost of a ride-hailing service, if they are rolled out in fleets, will decrease because they'll become driverless and you won't need the labor aspect. And that price signal can end up in inducing demand, further increasing congestion, and could also draw riders from our more energy-efficient modes. So we don't think that it has to be this way. We think that before AVs explode on the scene, that we have an opportunity to steer their trajectory. Rather than adapting our cities, though, to autonomous vehicles, we want to make sure that autonomous vehicles adapt to cities and our goals.
All right, thank you, Katie. So the big takeaway there is that in preparation for AVs, we need to adjust our cities for more sustainable modes. So next we have Bruce.
Thank you all very much. I'll be touching on things that people have talked about today regarding the importance of land use in driving our behavior for travel, and really thinking about not just what the symptoms are, such as suburban gridlock, but what the disease really is, which is auto-dependent sprawl. We really need to think about, again, not just the symptom, but what the disease is and how we deal with it. And this is a quick synopsis of that problem we have, or the disease. We've got a tremendous imbalance between transportation and land use. Transportation is very well funded. It's got technical expertise. All of you here would probably consider yourselves transportation planners before land use, being land use planners. So we're able to get things done. We're able to change the nature of travel with new technologies easily. And we get these projects built. We get highways built. We get North Berkeley BART Station, which is an at-grade parking lot covering a subway. It costs gazillions of dollars. But on the land use side, it's very complicated in what we call in planning a wicked problem. And all the different actors and agents basically take up and basically take away all the capacity that new transportation technology afforded you. So we need to develop a greater connection between transportation and land use and elevate the purpose of land use and the planning of land use to be on par with transportation. And this also comes out of my experiences with a book, The Transportation Land Use Connection, which Becky Steckler years ago helped tremendously Terry Moore and myself write. So we end up getting this sort of vicious cycle of sprawl where we have jobs, housing, and balance. Roads need to be built, they get congested, and around it goes. Now, we can really, there's a lot of promise here. We can go from this model of taking up all the extra capacity in many parking lots, or we can go to this sort of utopian, wonderful dream. We really could get there. The problem is we need to ask ourselves, what could possibly go wrong? Okay? And it really comes down to how we measure and do things. And do things means we also need to bring in our land use side of the policy equation as well. And this is a paper that Billy and I wrote and is also serving as the back to Billy's edited new book. We really need to think about more sharing and less sprawl, just to boil it all down, okay? And so I looked at this model from the 70s and 80s from Pete Fielding from the University of UC Irvine. And these are the standard 3 dimensions to evaluate transit. How many of you have used these? It's sort of cost efficiency, cost effectiveness, service effectiveness. Well, these were developed for federal reporting. And if you really think about it, cost efficiency really is about moving vehicles, or what engineers often say, doing things right, and consumer effectiveness, service consumption, cost effectiveness, service effectiveness is really about moving people. And what's interesting about this model is that it sort of equivocates on whether a transit agency decides to measure themselves on efficiency or whether they measure themselves on moving people. And I think that's political. I think it was something to satisfy everyone. So everyone in the transit agency, in the transit world, was able to pick how they were graded. Okay? This is a image from my Smart Growth Equity Calculator. You can look up Smart Growth Calculator and find this. But I'm going to take you through a little bit of an exercise to understand the problem here. So this shows all the transit stations in San Diego, California. We have, we have a little mouse or something. But let's just sort of assume that these are the sort of the high intensity areas with land use. And this map shows us the areas that of transit access are green, red are transit inaccessible. So these are the sprawling areas of the community. And we can see on the right, you have different measures of vehicle miles traveled and pounds of carbon in the red areas versus the green ones. So if we were to look at, sorry, it's kind of got wonked out a little bit, but if we were to look at the different cost efficiency measures, right, and you can sort of come along with me. The red areas are sort of the transit sprawl areas. So for cost revenue hours per, on the bus side costs $51, right? How many of you think the trolley, the light rail trolley is more or less? Put your thumb up if it's more, thumb down if it's less. We'll go through this. It's $200 per revenue hour. Now let's go for revenue miles. Well, it's about the same. It's pretty close, right? So a bus system is serving more miles in the sprawling areas. We can think about AVs doing the same. The trolley is much more concentrated, so actually the costs come down quite a bit in terms of how many miles per how many, the cost. Well, if we look at cost effectiveness, operating costs per passengers, it's 164 and 137, so it's pretty close. Now, it's hard to see this, but the service effectiveness is where things really change. It's about how many passengers per revenue hour? It's 32 on the bus. How many passengers per revenue hour? And this is really important because this is actually moving people. It's 148 on the trolley, right? So same system, or same systems could come out ahead or behind based on what measures you use. And this is a really important takeaway. As we go forward, we really need to be more deliberate on how we decide we value things. How we measure things shows how we value things. So I took Fielding's old model with Billy, and we said, let's rotate it, and let's put consumer effectiveness on top, okay? Service consumption on the top, cost efficiency on the bottom. Again, we want to value moving people before we valuing moving vehicles. And I know I'm running out of time, but this is the full model that shows both the land use and transportation elements coming in. On one side, we have more sharing, and on the other side, we have less sprawl. So we do growth control, targeted growth, jobs, housing balances. On the other side, we shape our transportation with more sharing. And at the bottom, I actually put in dehumanization because cost efficiency, especially when you take out the drivers, does not require people in their measures. We need to make sure we have people and how they're served in their measures, and land use is the big driver of demand in this that we need to get ahead of the curve. So this is just a calculator I developed. No time to go through it, but happy to talk to you about it. For building livable transit corridors, we looked at livability outcomes associated with transportation. FDA wants everyone to use this for new corridor development. And of course, our smart growth calculator that provides an online version of this information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce. So one of the takeaways is we need to rethink how we value designing and operating our cities. So we need to think about how we value how we operate our cities from Bruce. We need to think about our fundamental questions and how to get to the answers from Mike. We need to think about how to make systems that work for the environment and for people from Kent. From Becky, thinking about designing the city and making land use more efficient as it relates to transportation. And from Katie, thinking about how we can act fast to make big changes. So before we get into your questions, I have a few for the panel. So from a sustainability perspective, what is your hope for future mobility? So what is the one thing you you really hope for with future mobility. You can go in whatever order you'd like.
Because I feel like the neighborhood that I particularly live in is pretty ideal in that there was a while there where my husband we could hear from our front door when he missed the bus, and he'd be watching his phone and trying to time it as close as possible. And so literally we, for a while, would have a bus driver that would stop and would honk his horn if he wasn't out there. Because it was just right on that corner. We get to walk our kids to school, our kids bike to school. And it was, now that my son is going to middle school and has to bike 1.5 miles, and there's so many kids that bike down, within the first week, as the 5 kids that are biking, and a car's going really slow around them on this residential street, and they all just smushed together, and somebody fell off and broke a wrist. So it says something when it's the bikes that are causing the biggest challenge, as opposed to the vehicles themselves. So it's really my hope, and it comes back to what you're saying, Bruce, that it's like you've got to be able to develop the land in such a way that it makes, the easy choice, the healthy choice, the environmentally healthy choice, the healthier choice for all of us.
There's another question here. What is your biggest concern regarding AVs in particular? What keeps you up at night? What is your greatest dread?
I'll go ahead and take this one. So a lot of people mentioned, or someone had mentioned the idea of autonomous vehicles needing to be electric vehicles. I'm less worried about that because I do think that the market is going that way. I think that consumers will demand that, and I think that California is kind of a leader in that regard. But what I'm particularly concerned about is congestion. I think, and specifically in San Francisco is small. We're 7 by 7. We have over 870,000 residents, and that's going to grow to 1.1 million in the next 20 years. And our streets aren't getting wider, and we're not planning on building any more freeways. So it's really a geometry problem. So, I'm worried that, and I alluded to this in my opening comments, that because autonomous vehicles don't require a driver, that the cost of transportation is going to decline, and I believe that was documented very well in a recent UC Davis paper. And so it's going to induce more trips by autonomous vehicle, congesting the streets. I used to walk 6 blocks to get my roasted chicken from Safeway on Sundays, and now I can just take an autonomous vehicle. It's a new trip that's been generated. I think also something that's specifically unique to autonomous vehicles as opposed to any vehicles on the road today is that these vehicles can drive around with no one in them. So we call them zombie vehicles. And so that serves no purpose. That's not achieving any goals. We're not moving people, we're moving nothing. So we're very concerned about that. But what I'm hopeful about that, to kind of counter that concern, is I've seen that a lot of autonomous vehicle companies are acknowledging that, and they also have goals that maybe, I think there is an announcement that a few of the ride-hailing companies said that they would only be deploying fleets in urban areas. So they did not want to contribute to continuing private ownership, but they'd only be focusing on fleets. And then also some companies saying that, zero congestion. That's their goal as well. But so it's heartening to hear that they're acknowledging that, but I'm really actually interested in seeing how they work with policymakers and how that actually manifests on our streets.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd echo those comments as well. Another one I want to add is that, we've seen in a number of states and a number of cities a real rush to accommodate autonomous vehicle technology, arguably before it's ready for deployment on our streets. And I'm concerned that that desire will begin to trickle into decisions about public infrastructure investments as well. Are we going to see diversion of limited infrastructure dollars trying to facilitate AV deployment rather than facilitating transit or bike or ped movement, for example? And I can even, there's even been some concern expressed about the potential for a legal policy response in that way as well. My biggest nightmare is, we're going to sort of return back to the limited access roadway in our urban areas where roads are AV only to ensure safe operation. And we'll have, which is the exact opposite direction we want to go and most cities are trying to go. So, for me, the bottom line always is we need to be making policy about what kind of streets and communities we want first, and then figuring out how AV can help support those goals rather than letting the technology drive our infrastructure and public policy decisions. That definitely keeps me up at night.
I'd want to add as well is the threat of preemption at either the federal or the state level, because there's definitely efforts along those lines to preempt local jurisdictions from being able to pass the laws and regulations and the pricing, really thinking about the fees related to autonomous vehicles and other services. And so already in Texas, they preempted a local jurisdiction's ability to tax or to regulate AVs specifically. And so I'm really hopeful and afraid that we will have a hard time politically to price vehicles in a way that truly reflects the costs that are incurred from using our transportation system. So that worries me.
Okay, so let's go to audience questions. As you can see, there's one question for you, Katie, that is rising to the top. So how is SFMTA preparing for new technology like AVs? Is there active planning at SFMTA to prepare for these new technologies?
So I'll talk specifically about AVs and then about emerging mobility in general. So with respect to AVs, as Becky has alluded to, we are actually doing a lot of work on the federal legislation that's pending right now. So there's the AV START Act and then the Self-Drive Act. So at MTA, we have the Office of Innovation. We have a few of my colleagues are here from the office that are joining us today. And so that office is specifically focusing on emerging mobility. While the MTA doesn't actually produce emerging mobility, it's important that we are collaborating with our stakeholders out in that world, and also making the connections within our own agency to other outside stakeholders. So collaborating and connecting with kind of that emerging mobility world. So we are focusing a lot of our efforts on our federal legislation right now, because if the federal legislation preempts states and localities from enforcing local traffic laws or from creating new traffic laws that could, help us roll out AVs into a more utopian situation where there's not congestion and where there's less greenhouse gas emissions. The few tools that we do have, we need to retain. And so we're focusing a lot on the federal act, on the federal legislation. There's also a lot of, the rules and regulations of autonomous vehicles are being written as we speak. Like the DMV, they're having a workshop on Friday to talk about the deployment of delivery vehicles under 10,000 pounds. So that's, Postmates and Grubhub, they all want to go autonomous. So the rules are being written now, and so we are engaging to the extent that we can on how we can influence those rules. And then also within our innovation team, just recently, and I encourage everyone to go check it out on our website, we, in coordination with the San Francisco County Transit Authority, we had developed what we call the emerging mobility principles. And so this goes for any emerging technology, whether that be scooters or TNCs or Chariot or what's to come. We've set out a framework, essentially laying out our values and what the city's expectations are and the metrics that we would use to evaluate that. So a few of those include safety. How does your emerging mobility address the city's safety concerns? Transit. How does the emerging mobility contribute to transit or complement transit? As well as congestion, sustainability, equity, accessibility.
So this second question here is pretty interesting and persistent. How did you get here this morning and why? So I think the key question is how can we make getting valuing people movement the most attractive options. So how can we prioritize sustainable modes? That's not exactly the question, but you can answer either way you'd like, if anyone would like to go.
Well, one of the things that Billy and I wrote about in our manifesto for AV livability was that we take advantage of our handheld devices to reward more sustainable behavior. And I think some of the ideas about pricing, the space you use on the road, the speed you travel. I mean, I think if we can guide people towards right sizing vehicles, I think that's a really good way for us to go. I mean, I took Lyft, but I would much rather have taken an electric scooter here.
I took BART to 16th Street station, and I was looking around to see if there was going to be a scooter available but there wasn't. So I took an Uber. I would have given the scooter option, but it's about 2.5 miles from the closest BART station to here. So that would have been a stretch for me anyway.
Yeah, I took a Lyft, but I had two of my coworkers with me, and our driver actually graduated from the U of O, so it was a very pleasant ride this morning, reminiscing and asking all sorts of questions.
I carpooled, but I drove up here from San Luis Obispo in a Tesla on autopilot mode the whole way. I had 4 safety disengagements. I'll tell you more about that if you want to ask. I was following all the rules, by the way, but I decided to do an experiment on my way up here. But the comment I wanted to make is from an environmental perspective, one of our big transportation problems, and one that's getting a lot more attention in the last couple of years, is aviation. Air transportation is incredibly fuel intensive, very inefficient over most distances. And I think one of the really exciting opportunities about autonomous vehicle technology, whether it's individual passenger cars or autonomous buses, is the ability to reduce the cost of short-haul travel, short-haul regional travel. For example, from San Luis Obispo, it's about a 3-hour drive. A lot of people would choose to fly that possibly. And so if you can make that a much more attractive option for an autonomous vehicle, both in the sense of making it really cheap, but also it's a lot less painful than flying and going through security and that sort of thing. So there's been a huge rise in the U.S. in regional airline travel, and that's a problem. And I don't see electric planes showing up anytime soon, although I know that's a technology underway. So I think that's a real opportunity for AVs.
Just to respond to that, I was just at NACTO, and they were speaking in Los Angeles, and they were speaking about urban aviation. So the idea of Uber planes taking people around cities. Yeah, it's a real concept. And someone mentioned, I forget the exact stat, but it was something about the energy it takes to charge one of those planes is extraordinary. So even electric aviation isn't the solution. Okay, so there's this question about scooters and bikes. It's obviously a hot topic right now, and we're all thinking about it in all of our cities and in our daily lives, more or less. It seems like, according to this user, that they are efficient and effective. So there are limits on them, as we know. How can we encourage efficient and effective, safe scooters and bikes, or micromobility is the term I keep hearing. What are some ideas that the panelists have?
So as well as sort of incentivizing the use of the right size vehicles, when I look in San Diego in a very freeway-rich, disconnected environment, that we really should maybe think about sort of a bike, e-scooter, e-bike superhighway to reconnect places. And I think that actually might make them very safe. We're going to get ahead of the curve and redesign cities to accommodate where they're placed. I'm working with the robotics group at UCSD. We're talking about how they could actually come to you when you summon them. But I think we actually might want to think about developing a bike superhighway system, sort of similar to what they have in Copenhagen, the Netherlands, that can accommodate right-sized micromobility.
Okay, so Billy, is there any way to get rid of the questions that we've already answered? That'd be great. So to address the third question here, obviously Allison's not on this panel anymore, but I'll point it to Kent. How can private transit operators partner with public transit or public entities to bring new forms of, the third one there, how will May Mobility, Proterra, other providers partner with cities and transit agencies? What are some of the things you have been doing?
As a manufacturer of buses, we haven't really been doing that much, but what I have, because we don't actually operate the buses, but what I've seen transit's doing in certain areas is working with Lyft and Uber, doing experiments in terms of offering, I know LA Metro, for example, is doing an experiment where if you are a qualified disadvantaged rider of the bus system, they allow you to have an account with Uber where they will load it with a certain amount of rides to get you from that last mile piece, so to speak, and especially if it's a last mile for work. So I think there's options out there, and these are, so a lot of these riders are people that don't traditionally, wouldn't be able to have an Uber or a Lyft account because they survive in the cash economy, or they're, paycheck to paycheck. They don't have credit cards that they can have an account. So I think that there are options that innovative transit agencies can use to blend the use of transit as well as the kind of ride sharing opportunities out there. Although I think it's a misnomer to call them ride sharing, because quite frankly, I very rarely see, and I just do my own informal questions, I very rarely, and the most drivers say it rarely happens, where people actually sign up for Uber Pool, if you will. People are like, nah, I don't want to do that because that person's going like a bazillion miles away. When they get to a true ride sharing where they kind of segment you by your literally down to the neighborhood level, and I think that that's an opportunity that exists, say, at a transit center, where either BART or a transit bus comes, and they usually have, their dual usage, where they drop people off there. Then you could have true, through an app, neighborhood level ride sharing through an Uber or Lyft that's autonomous. Then I think you'll really have true ride sharing, and I think that that's the way to work together, is to blend all the different modes to suit the needs of the riders. Because as it stands now, I can use my own neighborhood for an example. The bus up comes every 45 minutes. Well, I just don't have the time to. I would have ended up coming here an hour before the meeting started, or an hour and a half, if I'd done it that way, or sit at the BART station, reading, waiting to get a BART that gets me here to then take an Uber. So the options, I think, for autonomy are there, and they'll be very useful, and they would get me out of my car if they blend, and I would continue to use other forms of transportation, because I still don't want to sit in an autonomous vehicle trying to cross the Bay Bridge. I'd much prefer to get on BART and go and trim that amount of time that I would spend in the vehicle.
Okay, so how about this top question here? Would requiring all AVs to be EVs help reduce the climate impacts of AVs? And a kind of related question to that is, what infrastructure is required to make sure AVs are sustainable? For example, if AVs are EVs, but the electricity is coming from less than sustainable sources, how can we ensure that they're coming from renewable sources?
Actually, this is one of the things we focused on. And so, for example, the city of Austin doesn't have the cleanest grid. And so they've really tried to, for the places where they have EV electrification, they've really tried to bump up the solar capacity for those. And so it is more sustainable. So it really, of the things that kind of made the most sense, or the things to really focus on, definitely that source of energy, I think, is really important. And it really actually kind of, again, it all comes back to parking. And so even with EV strategies that cities are have on the books right now, really envision a personal ownership model, but potentially EVs of the future are going to look much different if they are in fleets. I have so many questions about just how is San Francisco going to deal with parking, in that you might still have your EV fleets, and so do you need to think about, where they're located for supercharging sites? How much do you really invest in the personal charging as opposed to fleet charging? And then where do you put those? Because there's where the demand is, and a company is probably going to want to put their vehicles as close to the demand as possible so that you can reduce that additional congestion, but that's not necessarily where you want to park all these cars. And so, and I think they're still waiting to see what cities do to, what kind of policies that they adopt, and what does that mean for their price levels.
Yeah. Well, we're definitely looking right now at our off-street parking structures. We recently, I think it was Moscone, we have, I think we're turning that into a hotel, I believe, for commercial use. So we're looking at transforming how to better use our off-street parking structures. But at the same time, I could, pose a question of, if we're looking at some of these transformational street designs where we're creating more streets for bicyclists, for transit, for right-sized AVs. So that's going to require us to move a lot of on-street parking to make way for maybe pick-up and drop-off zones. So for the folks that still have vehicles, whether they be AV or legacy vehicles, the transition period is going to be extremely large, like 30, 40, 50 years that people are still going to own their legacy vehicles. They're going to want to park somewhere. We'll be implementing policies like we're doing today to reduce, car ownership, but we might, those off-street parking structures could absorb the on-street parking that we need to remove to create more room for these other modes. So that's just one use, but we could also be used for commercial, for housing. We've also been, we've received inquiries of, how, getting more charging stations in our off-street parking. And so I think charging stations, and also, like you mentioned, staging centers for some of these autonomous vehicle fleets. They're looking for, I think it was Cruise that just purchased a large facility on Embarcadero and put about 80 chargers in that, just a really large structure. So they're looking for real estate. The city has real estate, but there's also private real estate out there for AV fleets to be staged. But they do want to be close to their market because that's how they create efficiencies.
I'll just add a few points. It's actually a couple of things that Kent had said earlier. One was this question of mandating that autonomous vehicles be electric vehicles. A lot of this is just a question of political will. When you're asked, can we do something? Well, if we have the political will, we can probably do it. There's a technology side as well. And I always, there's the in California answer to the question and the out of California answer to the question. I was speaking to a group in Georgia a few weeks ago about climate action planning, where the state is essentially doing nothing. on energy and climate. And so it's a very different answer there in terms of what electrification might mean for in our environmental future. But, you know, yes, we need electrification, but we need other things too, because we still have to address the issue of VMT. VMT goes up significantly. Even with electrification, we still have some issues. I think we can look at things too, like if we're moving, if AV moves us more towards fleets and the use of shared and fleet vehicles for moving us around, then you have the possibility, wherever you're parking these fleets, to put in solar so that a significant portion of the fleet could be solar charged. And then the other part of the equation, and Kent, you had mentioned this earlier too, is that you know, once you have a world of electric vehicles, it means you have a world of a lot of batteries sitting around that can store energy. And so a number of European countries are really trying to accelerate, you know, the deployment of the smart grid system, where you know, we can charge 2 batteries when we have excess power and pull that power off when we don't need it. So it's possible that you know, large fleets of essentially batteries sitting around our cities can also help us achieve energy efficiency and our other energy needs. So, you know, it's not an easy question to answer, but I think the bottom line is there is a tremendous amount of possibility to do the right thing and to do good, but will we have the right public policy and the right economic incentives to make it happen? That's still an unanswered question.
Really quick, I think road space and capacity is going to become the new resource that we need to price right.
All right. And on that note, thank you again, and that was a great conversation.
Well, hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Mayra. I'm the lead of the team at the San Francisco office of Gale. We are a small consultancy, and with 5 minutes, I want to give you a little bit of a taste of how do we approach and why is Gale part of the conversation about autonomous vehicles. And the name of the angle that I want to share with you is our focus is on how people interact in public spaces, with a broad definition of public space that means not only parks and plazas, but the public realm, of which streets is the most important one. So we're really interested in understanding how people are using the street and how can we design those environments to get the types of behaviors and actions that we think are socially going to be delivering the types of results and outcomes that we want. And the conversation about technology and cities, one of the challenges is that we need to understand that we're talking about 2 things that move at a really different pace. So here we have an image, what has happened with telephones, technology between the 1980s and 2016. So a lot of changes, and that change in the technology is changing the way how people act. At the same time, when you look at a street in San Francisco, this one is on Van Ness and Market, same period of time, very little has changed. And what happens with cities and technology is that we have these 2 things, one that moves really fast and one that moves very slow, both impacting behavior. And how can we both design cities to respond to the rapid change of technology and make sure that we don't tie ourselves too much to one specific solution that it becomes obsolete? Because in a room full of planners and transportation planners, you know that once you design for a specific technology, you are locked into that, and the consequences in terms of environmental and social impacts can take decades to try to undo that. And I'm talking particularly about land use. So design, both of technology elements of design of the built environment, changes people's behavior, and that is why we're interested. It impacts not only individual choices, but also the interactions of people. So at Gale, we're particularly interested in what are the design cues that we can give that are conducive to getting more social interaction. Gale is often brought into projects either by a city, by a private developer, or by a foundation, where they're trying to generate a public realm that is vibrant, that makes people talk to each other, that is diverse, and that is serving the needs of a broad range of a population. So when we do our analysis of people, it's not people in general, we're also trying to get a little bit more discrete men, women, different age groups, different socioeconomic status, and how a given design solution is serving the needs of one group or another. And the question that I think a lot of us have is, we are right now experiencing a really interesting moment with a number of new technologies, of which AVs are one, but we also have scooters, we have bicycles, we have a mobility revolution, and we're trying to figure out how that's going to change behavior and how that's going to change urban design. And on that question, we're interested in helping shape, understand what are the natural tendencies, and design so that the solution that we come up in the aspect that takes longer to change, the urban design solution, is one that is conducive to socially beneficial outcomes. Our team, we're 70 people. We have 3 offices. Copenhagen, where the company got started, New York and San Francisco. The team in San Francisco, we are 15. And we work with cities both throughout the United States and internationally. So our office does a lot of work throughout the Americas, in Canada and Latin America as well. And we approach our work as that intersection between social science and urban design, and trying to learn from social psychology and from social science research, trying to use those insights to influence design decisions. Through the past 30 years, the company has worked with more than 250 cities around the world on projects on a range of scales, from very specific designs of design solution for a small place no larger than a parklet, to citywide and even countrywide public space policy. Last year, we worked on a public realm policy guidelines for the government of Chile. We've worked on a number of policy documents citywide to help guide design of public spaces in a way that makes it more conducive to get these outcomes that we're talking about. And I'll say the impact of GEL one of the places where it can be felt most strongly has been in the city of Copenhagen, where the team has been having a close interaction with the planning department, and over the past 40 years helping influence on some of the policies that have made Copenhagen a truly livable city that has many of the things that we're right now in the Americas trying to get more of that behavior, especially related to mobility. And there's one anecdote about Copenhagen that I think gets at the gist of what we're trying to do. So we have a city where 70% of the population bikes regularly. It's one of the highest bike mode shares in the world. And when you ask people, why do you bike? You ask, do you bike, are you doing this for the environment? And some people say, yeah, I do it because of the environment. I want to minimize my carbon footprint. Other people, maybe a few percentage, say, I do it for health. I want to be healthy. But the vast majority of people are biking because it's the easiest and more enjoyable, it's the most convenient option. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying not to make people sacrifice or penalize for doing what they would naturally want to do. We want to make it easy for people to do the thing that will have the best outcome. And this, we know, this focus on behavior and on individual choices, we know it has impacts on mental health, it has impacts on the environment, community cohesion, and some of the social challenges that US cities are experiencing today, issues of social integration. And we think that something that needs to complement the technical approach is this sensitivity to psychology and to how people are reacting to public space and what are the choices that they're naturally driven to do and designed to make the choice that's good for society also a choice that is convenient at a personal level. So here's my contact information, and I am really happy to chat with any of you afterwards.
Next, we've got John Urgo.
Good morning. Again, I'm John Urgo, transportation planner with AC Transit. And I'm going to give a quick overview of our mobility on demand public transit pilot, which we call AC Transit Flex, as a case study of one transit agency's response to this changing transportation landscape. For those of you maybe less familiar with AC Transit, we're over on the east side of the bay. We run about 150 bus lines from Richmond in the north through Oakland, San Leandro, and Fremont in the south. And this story takes place in Newark and some of the lower density suburban areas of our district that we call South County. One problem that we're facing, and many agencies are in this boat, many transit agencies, is that ridership has been decreasing pretty steadily over the past 5 years as we're investing more and more into the service. So we've increased revenue hours, that's how we measure service investment, about 19% since 2013, and over that time, ridership has declined 12%. We're also getting less bang for our buck. So we've increased service 19%, but we're only driving 8% more miles. And that is pretty much entirely due to more congestion, more traffic on the roadways. Our buses are going slower. And so we're having to add more and more time just to keep the same level of service that we're operating. There are whole conferences and conference sessions about why people are leaving transit. I'm not going to get into that. Maybe we'll do it later. But suffice it to say, it's a bad trend and one that we're trying to turn around with this pilot. So when we were developing this project for an on-demand public transportation service, we asked ourselves, how could we improve service, particularly in the low-density, low-demand areas of our district, where we're actually seeing the most declines in ridership, while also responding to changing customer expectations around new mobility options, the rise of Uber and Lyft, and still provide mobility for all. And so we set up a set of guiding principles to guide our decision and to guide our choice for developing this new transit service. We first looked at, well, what are public transit goals, which we defined as providing mobility, particularly for those in most need, but also being resource efficient, so being good stewards of public money. And these first two are often couched in terms of coverage versus ridership or frequency services. So do we invest in transit throughout our district so that everyone has some access to some level of service, or do we focus on higher quality transit in particular corridors where we know that ridership will likely ensue? In reality, we have to do both. It's always a trade-off. And then finally, equity. And in this case, I really mean equity in terms of providing equitable access for customers with disabilities, for low-income individuals, people without smartphones, access to bank accounts. We operate through 13 cities. We're really a regional agency, and so we also wanted to be mindful of city and regional goals. Are we contributing to the economy, connecting people to places, jobs, places they need to go? Equity, in this sense, more geographic equity, and environment and public health. Are we reducing congestion, vehicle miles traveled on our roadways, which in the previous slide affects our service as well. And so when we were launching this, we considered really three options for a new type of service. At the time, there were a bunch of transit agencies, and there still are, that are basically curtailing or doing away with a lot of their fixed route service, their unproductive fixed route service, and replacing it with a user-side subsidy for customers to take Uber, Lyft, or taxi. We considered contracting out operations entirely, or just contracting the technology, so the ride matching and scheduling software that we would then operate on our AC Transit buses and train our AC Transit operators. And it was really that third option that met all of our goals, maintaining equitable access, options for unbanked. We didn't see how paying people to get off our buses and into cars was going to help with congestion relief. And our board really took a strong our board of directors really took a strong labor stance where they didn't want to see more transportation work going into the private sector into contract labor. Also transparency and accountability. The one area where it didn't meet our kind of goals was in cost effectiveness, but of course not. You know, we pay a starting wage for our operators of $25 an hour plus benefits, and there are estimates out there that a typical Uber or Lyft driver maybe makes $3 to $9 after expenses. So of course it's more expensive. So what we did is we did contract just the ride-hailing and technology service from a company called Demand Trans Software. We operate as a software as a service, and we trained our operators and installed the technology in our vehicles. We operate 14-passenger small transit vehicles in Newark and a second service zone in Castro Valley. And quickly, how the service works is a bus stop to bus stop service. It's not curb to curb. Passengers can book a trip on demand or in advance. When they do, they get a 10-minute pickup window. They have to be at the stop. It's not fun to wait 10 minutes anywhere, so we We'll send them an automated message, either phone, voice, or text when the bus is on its way, or they can actually track it in the app. You share your ride. It's standard fare. It's not a premium service. It's the $2.35 and standard fare box on the bus, and then you arrive. Most of our trips are connecting to BART, and so at BART we actually publish a schedule where you can make a reservation, but you don't need to. You can just board the bus according to the schedule and tell the operator where you need to go, and he or she will enter it into the tablet that they have on board the bus. So in our pilot year, we did 23,000 trips. We're still doing about 25,000 trips a year. We had 700 unique riders, 70% of whom returned after taking their first trip, which we thought was a decent measure of customer satisfaction. And 93% of people we surveyed preferred this new service versus the fixed route that we replaced. So we thought that was encouraging as well. But ridership is much lower than we expected on this on-demand service, than even the low-frequency, unproductive fixed route that we replaced. So we hope to get around 7 passengers per hour. We are doing that in the peaks, particularly in the morning, but we average about 3 passengers per hour all day. So it's about 40% of what the fixed route was doing. And of course, because of that, the cost per trip is about 2 to 2.5 times what the fixed route was doing. All that said, we do see this as a way to rethink and redesign our network in low-density suburban areas, and in the first case being in Fremont and Newark, where currently we have 6 hourly routes, 4 routes that run every half hour. It's pretty much 100% coverage service. We're going to redesign that to be 4 frequent, 15-minute in this case. It's not so frequent for San Francisco, but in Fremont and Newark, it's frequent. And then the flex service, there'd be about 5 zones that would fill in all the coverage in between. And so for us, we're continuing this. It's a low-density solution where we can try to redesign our network to actually improve the fixed route. And whether or not this works really depends on whether or not people start taking the fixed route in Newark and Fremont if it's more convenient. So that's my overview.
Great. So I'm a social scientist by training and teach here in the environmental studies program. And really, over my career, I was kind of reflecting. Mostly I focus on social movements. How and when do people organize to resist or push back against changes they see happening in their health, in their cities, in their transportation choices? So I thought I would share a little bit about what I've learned in terms of the backlash in some cases against bike share and the challenges in achieving certain equity goals with respect to bike share, and ask some questions in the end about what that might say for the future of AVs. And so my grounding is really in this field is as a co-editor of a book series called Equity, Justice, and a Sustainable City, in which Billy and his colleagues have a forthcoming book based on last year's symposium. But you can see some of the other titles there, looking at everything from housing and bicycles to regional planning, and all through an equity lens. So here's an example of what I'm calling the bike-lash against bike share. As Ford Go Bike expanded here in the Bay Area, we saw some incidences of vandalism. In the Mission, people were concerned that this was actually a way for Ford to track people, bikes stripped down, tires flattened, and so on. And this isn't only in San Francisco. Up in Portland, there was this movement that formed called the Rose City Saboteurs. They went around and put these signs up over some of the bike share stations. So why the bike lash? Well, I think it's safe to say that there's a concern around access and then gentrification. I want to kind of focus really on perception. So in certain communities, how is bike share perceived? Whether bike share in fact is driving or is a sign of gentrification is less important than how it might be perceived. So again, just some headlines for you to see. City Lab has covered this issue really well in terms of access and equity. Across the country, bike share programs have struggled to get ridership in communities of color and poor communities. Philly is the one city that's been most aggressive in trying to tackle the problem. they've had some more successes, unlike Washington, D.C., and here in the Bay Area, and Chicago as well. So, for example, let me say that my next slide. Gentrification. And it's not just the bike share, it's also the green paint, right, and the bike lanes. There have been incidences of communities reacting against the introduction of bike lanes in their communities, that this is going to bring white hipsters on their bicycles and drive gentrification. But here's an interesting example from one study by Elizabeth Flanagan and her colleagues. Riding tandem to cycling infrastructure investment mirrored gentrification. The green, actually there's sort of these, I don't know, flesh-colored dots that are the divvy bike share stations, and the green dots is bike parking, I believe. And the darker the area underlying that is, the more change in demographics in those neighborhoods over time. So, which is a proxy for gentrification, let's just say. So what you see is that all the bicycle infrastructure in Chicago has largely overlapped where we see gentrification happening. And organizations and movements are forming to challenge this inequity. So I think we're going to see some similar things potentially with AVs. So what are the equity lessons with bike share? Well, infrastructure is hard, and retrofitting for equity is problematic, right? We're seeing some changes now with dockless bike share and the micro-mobility solutions, where you don't have the same investment in that hard infrastructure that gets bolted to the ground somewhere. But once you do that, it's hard to change. The other thing is that this is the perception factor. Infrastructure is shiny. So we see people in communities where bike share comes in saying, this new thing is not for me, this new thing is for white professionals. There's another great quote I didn't put in here. An activist here in the Mission said, this is not for Juan or for Pedro. So there's a perception that certain people are meant to be using bike share, for example. And then equity goals in the bigger context, right, are hindered by legacies of inequality. The executive director of Bike More, that's Baltimore's bike advocacy organization, points out that we know that some of Baltimore's challenges are the direct result of the decades of disinvestment in our black neighborhoods. So we have to figure out how to correct for that. So when the shiny stuff comes into those neighborhoods, then people say, but we have potholes, and we have police won't respond in our neighborhood, and we have these other challenges. They don't necessarily want the shiny stuff. They want other things first. Who's asking them what they want? And how are we learning what the needs of those communities are, rather than assuming that the shiny new vehicles that don't have drivers are going to be the solution for them. So I thought I would finish with what I would say is the voice of mobility justice. There's environmental justice and transportation justice and lots of other organizations and movements that overlap, and they're beginning, I think, in some ways to coalesce around this idea of mobility justice. And this organization based out of LA right now called People for Mobility Justice is doing some of the most cutting edge work, I think, in this space. And so they've actually asked some of these questions, in particular around the privatization of public transit. How do we hold private entities accountable? Will these private companies pay their fair share for usage of the public roadway? On transportation networking companies, TNCs tend to rely on exploitative employment practices. They have not been providers of the good jobs our communities need to thrive. And they have these nice 8 bullet points, the red flags for mobility justice, they call them. Private systems that rely on public dollars, lack of transparency in system design, success defined as profit, economic benefits, this goes back to the metrics that I think Bruce was talking about earlier. Economic benefits such as jobs that go to people who are not local residents, systems that remove jobs without replacing them, individuals with disabilities left out of the design, systems that rely on cars congesting our shared streets. Again, a lot of the issues that you've heard of, but it's important, I think, to understand that the voice of people working on the issue of mobility justice in their communities are sharing some of these concerns. And I think want a meaningful place at the table when these discussions are taking place. Private systems undercutting the availability of public options. What feels urgent to us is developing good structures for accountability today. This is straight off of their sort of founding statement, People for Mobility Justice. And I put their contact information up there. Because as the panelists were describing or discussing in advance of our panel, and returning to the issue of equity and social justice around transit and AVs, we realized that we didn't have a lot of diversity on our panel. And I actually had reached out to one of my contacts at People for Mobility Justice and it was a little bit too late and she wasn't able to come, but I think it would be useful for those that are working in these spaces to figure out how to build relationships with the communities that are asking these kinds of questions. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jessie Cohn. I'm a transportation planner at Fair & Piers. We're a transportation planning and engineering firm with offices in the Bay Area and around the country. I'm actually based in Washington, D.C., and today I'm going to be talking about a project that I've been working on there. I also lead Fair & Piers' Equity Initiative, thinking about how we can better address equity in all of the projects that we do, from parking to bike ped to transit. And I define equity, and Fair & Piers defines equity as both how we conduct the transportation planning process, as well as the outcomes that come from the decisions that are made. And so this primarily refers to working with low-income communities and communities of color, but it also relates to persons with disabilities, those with limited English proficiency, or just any community that is underrepresented or underserved in a greater area. And so we're currently working on a project with the Union of Concerned Scientists in Washington, D.C. They're also based out here in the Bay Area, to assess the equity impacts of autonomous vehicles, specifically in the D.C. region. So in the Bay Area, there are MTC, the regional MPO, defines communities of concern as areas where there are concentrations of low-income or minority populations. In DC, we call those equity emphasis areas. And so on this map in green, you can see the areas that have a high concentration of low-income and minority populations. And so what we did was we developed 6 different autonomous vehicle scenarios that looked at a range of different transit alternatives, as well as sharing and single occupancy scenarios, to look at how AVs would affect the region and essentially answer the 3 questions that we have listed here. So how will AVs impact travel region-wide? Are these outcomes different in underserved communities, these equity emphasis areas, both today and under future AV scenarios? And then also, do we find that the AVs are mitigating, maintaining, or exacerbating existing differences? Are they making it better? Are they making it worse? Or are we kind of seeing the same disparities continue into the future? So we did a lot of technical work on this project. I'm not going to describe all of that here, but I'm happy to answer any questions. We used the DC Regional Travel Demand Model to assess a variety of different performance measures related to job accessibility, travel time, emissions, trip distance, et cetera. So I'm just going to call out a few of our results. So first I want to talk briefly about travel time. So region-wide, if there are no autonomous vehicles in 2040 in DC, trips would be about 45 minutes long by auto. And so the gray is showing the status quo time, and then the different greens are showing if we implement high occupancy autonomous vehicles or single occupancy autonomous vehicles. And so you can see on this chart that people who are living in equity emphasis areas currently have a longer travel time than those who are not, who are living in more affluent areas. And so with the implementation of autonomous vehicles, we see that travel time does reduce or decline, go down around the region, but the impacts are actually more beneficial in equity emphasis areas than they are in other parts of the region. So under the status quo scenario, there's currently a 7-minute difference between those who live in equity emphasis areas and non-equity emphasis areas, but under a high occupancy pooling scenario, that difference would be reduced to 3. So we do find that when sharing is introduced, there's an opportunity to narrow the disparity between travel times for those living in equity emphasis areas and non-equity emphasis areas. So I'm also going to talk briefly about exposure. So in our work, we looked at VMT and congested VMT as a proxy for exposure. So we saw VMT as exposure to collisions or exposure to noise pollution, and then congested VMT as a proxy for air pollution. And so here we see that all autonomous vehicle scenarios are likely to increase VMT, and equity emphasis areas are currently located close to high volume roadways, and so as a result, as VMT increases, there'll be even higher VMT along areas where there's communities of color or low income communities. And you can see on this chart that autonomous vehicles will exacerbate this existing inequity. And so while high occupancy vehicles in this chart is showing that there is a reduction when we have sharing, it's really, to me, making an argument that electrification is key to having a more equitable, autonomous future and reducing exposure to air pollutants for those living in these communities. So that's just a brief overview of the type of work that we've done. I'm looking forward to our discussion today and glad to hear that even on the panel before, there was already some discussion of equity and access for all and things that we're talking about, because equity is not a standalone topic. And so excited to have our standalone discussion, but also hope that it bleeds into the other things that are talked about today. Thank you.
Our last panelist is Jill North.
Hi, I'm Jill North. I'm the Innovation Program Manager for the City of San Jose. I joined the city about a year and a half ago when I would have to say that's when autonomous vehicle federal legislation was really starting to get moving. And what I do there is a little different. I'm not a transportation planner, but I came in with some expertise around how technology is starting to evolve. That makes any sense. My background, just for context, was that I managed Street View for 5 years prior to joining the city. And when I came into the city, it was apparent that we had autonomous vehicles that were testing on our roadway, but that those tests were occurring in silos. And so what we wanted to do was we wanted to engage with the private companies to glean some of their learnings and be partners in figuring some of this stuff out. So what we did was we put together a request for information and we released it on June 1st. And so what we did there was we identified a couple of these different use cases that my colleagues were kind of discussing today around where an autonomous vehicle solution could potentially help us start thinking about where this could work and how autonomous vehicles could not be the future but be a part of the future transportation network. So there were like 5 use cases that we articulated in that. And after the request closed, we received 33 different concepts of how companies might test or implement an autonomous vehicle technology or vehicle itself solution in our city. Now that was about a year ago, a little over a year ago. We're finally to the point where we've got some tangible pilot ideas. We're hoping to launch in late 2019 within the city of San Jose, specifically in the San Carlos-Stevens Creek corridor. And I think that a lot of times we think about all these types of use cases. I always like to preface with the fact that the Society of Automotive Engineers are just released some new standards recently. And there's, within industry, they're still looking to define what autonomous vehicle technology is. So when you kind of match that with some of the, conversations that we're having, I think that our conversations are actually, for the first time, a little bit ahead of industry, right? And so as this technology starts to be on our roadway, it's a really good opportunity for us to be a little bit ahead of the companies in terms of thinking about curb space. Where are these pickup and drop off locations going to be so that we can better manage this this implementation of this technology so that it really hits some of our goals that we're really hoping to achieve. That is all.
Some real-time questions, but maybe really quickly I could just ask John and Jill, what kinds of procedures, if any, do you have built in to engage communities of color, low-income communities in the kinds of planning that you do?
Well, we have, in this particular pilot in Newark, it's majority minority, but not low income. But in developing it, we had about 6 months of outreach before we even went out with our request for proposals and launched the pilot. So we met with, started with the city staff, and then worked through them to meet with community organizations. But we have, very strong and robust outreach processes for any project that we do, and particularly around making sure we're not adversely impacting communities of concern.
I always think that what you learn from an initiative is way more telling than actually doing the initiative, and that is one area, now that hindsight is 2020, that if I could go back and had a little bit more time, we would have done a lot better job around. When we were kind of thinking about putting our request for information out there about concepts, we identified different areas that were diverse, but we did not engage our community the way that we wish, looking back, we really should have. Moving forward, though, we recognize that weakness that we had in our foresight, and now it's kind of going back and going, how can we fix this? How can we do a better job of this? And so we did apply for a grant that we were awarded through the Knight Foundation solely to focus around how to engage our community on autonomous vehicle solutions moving forward. So that's not the best answer. We can do a much better job. So I think that having these conversations is really useful because it points out the areas that, kind of we should have focused on in the first place.
Great, thanks for sharing. We're still waiting for some questions to pop up here, so maybe I could ask the panelists if they have any questions for each other or any follow-up thoughts in response to each other's presentations.
Is this working? Yeah. One of the questions we talked about on our prep call was whether or not it's the private industry's responsibility to solve problems that the public sector has yet to effectively solve. And so just kind of want to open that up and see if there's additional thoughts on that.
Glad that question kind of stuck with you. Thank you. So to answer my own question, that's one of the things that I wrestle with. When I think about accessibility, I think about, where can autonomous vehicles really serve an actual purpose? I think about seniors. I think how they're really limited in their mobility options. You work your whole life, you retire, and now the only time you get out of your house is to go to a doctor's appointment, and you rely on a family member to do that. I think about, people that have accessibility issues also. And, I think we haven't done, poor San Jose today, right? But when I speak for San Jose on this, I think I speak for all cities. I don't think we've quite figured out how to really solve these challenges in the first place. We've got issues where people even of low income are disproportionately being charged. They don't have access to transit, in the middle of the night for their second shift or third shift jobs. So they have to drive. So they have to pay the gas tax. So they have to pay for parking, all these types of things. I think that when it comes to the private sector, it's kind of, a very different conversation in terms of expecting them to solve this than kind of just talking about it and seeing if there's an opportunity to address these things together.
Go ahead, John, if you wanted to.
Yeah, I don't think we can expect the private sector to solve the public sector's problems that we haven't figured out, but I think we should guide, or I'll even say force the private sector to solve public problems. Our on-demand project was our attempt to improve service and respond to some of the things that the private sector is providing. And I'll be frank, we don't provide a competitive transportation service in Newark and Fremont. It takes twice as long to take the bus anywhere or longer than to drive. And our on-demand service is not that great. That's not what we're good at. We're not good at providing on-demand service. We're good at running a bus as frequently as we can in a straight line. But we still need to be responding to what's happening and how this landscape is changing. But I think in general, we need to be doing more to be guiding or forcing the the private sector to be solving public sector problems. I mean, San Francisco as one example, in California in general, we've very lightly regulated Uber and Lyft. In San Francisco, there's 45,000 Uber and Lyft drivers that come into the city every day, 170,000 trips. it's slowing down transit, and it's not providing an even playing field for, it's creating a two-tier transportation system, I think.
I think to build on that, I mean, the question is how can public and private sectors build collaborative partnerships that are really functioning rather than antagonistic relationships. So like in the East Bay where I live, the city of Berkeley has banned Lime bike share, which is DACA's bike share system. If I pick up a Lime bike in El Cerrito, they make it very clear in the app, do not park this bike in Berkeley, you will be fined, or we will be fined, and then we'll pass it on to you. I forget what the wording is. So once the cities step in and say, here's where we're drawing the line, they will respond, but I think that's a fairly antagonistic relationship, and how would it look in the context of AVs for these partnerships to be very, very collaborative right from the roots?
Yeah, I mean, I think for our pilot, we would have maybe preferred to partner more directly with a ride-hailing company, but this was 2 years ago. I think things are starting to change a little bit. There was no guarantee that we could get about service levels, transparency, accountability. It was just, this is our data. We'll give you a heat map and some general idea of what trips we're serving. And that, frankly, is not good enough. And so that's why we went the route of just contracting the technology piece, which is the piece that we couldn't do, and bringing that into our service. And we're having similar discussions in Oakland too, where the city of Oakland is really focused on expanding opportunity for bike share, scooter share throughout all of East Oakland, one-way car share gig where it's not that prevalent right now. And I'm all for that. I think we should be expanding choice wherever. In our particular case, East Oakland is the only area in our district where we invested in transit, and it made a difference. And ridership actually jumped because it hasn't been that gentrified yet, I think, is one reason. People still do take the bus there, but at the same time, what hell are we confining people if their only option is AC transit? So that's both.
Can I really quick? Because I mean, they are solving some of our challenges though. Like TNCs have solved a really huge challenge around DUI arrests. I mean, so at a certain point, I honestly feel like there is movement in this conversation when you start talking about what the challenges are. But I don't see movement, and this is a challenge that we have as well as, how does that translate to the infrastructure? When we're building shared mobility hubs or whatever, where is the space for a TNC to safely pick up and drop off passengers? We're not building those spaces into infrastructure. So, safety, from a transportation perspective, safety is number one. If they're solving challenges around, getting people safely from point A to point B when there's not a transit option there so that people are not driving on the road drunk, there's a give and take. And I think we really need to figure out where that balance is. And I personally, when I think about where that balance plays out, I see the curb space. We don't want TNCs to use bus stops, pick up and drop off places. There's lots of reasons for that. But how are we thinking about allocating curb space in the future? I mean, it's a mode of transit that some of our residents want. I understand the equity concerns there. I think that in working with TNCs and really continuing to have that conversation, we've seen the pooling options and things like that come up that bring that cost down. But with a shared mobility hub, if we're allocating curb space, I think there will be a lot of interest in further increasing, connecting people back into the transit network rather than just completely relying on a point-to-point trip. And even then you're starting to address some of those concerns around low income and things like that. But I think that transit has to change too. It needs to be more dynamic. It needs to have more service. Why are we having transit operate all day long from 8 to 9 when there's other people that need to use it that might be a little outside of those hours? It's something that I think a lot about.
Great. We have some excellent questions up here, but I know, Myra, you wanted to share a thought.
So one thought about just framing this only as a public debate about AVs, I find it to be too limiting, and I think the conversation, and I think it is part of our role as practitioners is to extend the conversation about the role of the street and what are the expectations that we have about streets, and what are the trade-offs that we have when we prioritize one use of the street over others. I think there is a tendency, if you only narrow the conversation about do you want AVs, there's something that we have to admit that is incredibly attractive, the possibility of having a point-to-point mode of transportation that is going to be likely to be affordable and that can get you, that it's on demand and gets you to where you want. If you ask people, do you want this to happen, it's most likely that people individually, it's a really desirable option. But then what happens when that option is given to everyone in the community? Like, what is the impact that it has and what are the consequences of that individual choice when it becomes massified? And so I think that debate, the question is it the role of the private company? So the city, I think, is definitely a public question to engage citizens in thinking, and there's an amount of education needs to happen in thinking about what do we need our streets and what do we lose, what do we win when we make one choice over the other.
Great, thank you. Let's talk about this question. Given that dockless systems may be more equitable, how can cities adjust policy to encourage dockless systems while still striving for safer streets and sidewalks? I should add, and Jess, you might know more about this than I do, I don't think there actually are any empirical studies yet showing that dockless systems are used more by low-income communities or people of color. Are there?
I think it's more anecdotal.
It's anecdotal at this point, yeah. And I think one of the sort of anecdotal observations came out of the DC area, if I recall. So we're going to explore this question, but just keep in mind that we don't have good data yet telling us that, in fact, these systems are used, the dockless systems are used by people of color and low-income people the way that docked bike share are not. But let's explore that anyway. What might cities do, maybe beyond just saying we will permit the systems that are dockless and not permit the ones that want to dock? Or maybe let's talk about it in the context of AVs, where we don't have necessarily docks, but maybe the hubs where AVs are going to drop off and pick up. Any thoughts on that?
Yes. Okay, there we go. You know, in San Jose, every city has its own challenge, and we're not, even though we're working towards the same goals. The way that it plays out in our cities are very, very different. I think, what is it? I apologize, but is San Francisco 18 square miles or something like that? 49. So like I don't know, something like that. The city of San Jose, that's the one I know, is 125, right? So it's a little less number of people that live there, but like over double the size. So, you know, when we think about sharing space, it's not as much of a challenge just because we have a lot more space. We are the definition of sprawl. You know, when we started, the day we woke up and dockless was all over the place, we kind of had the ability to take a step back and just watch it play out. We have that flexibility because our sidewalks are not necessarily super, super congested, and start thinking about where we needed to have policy. You know, really, dockless systems are speaking, they're another part of a balanced transportation, you know, network. And if people are going to opt to use a dockless system or a bike share or something like that, you know, just kind of figuring out where it fits in is more important to us than kind of going in and putting in a limit. But that's because we're different. I think that one thing that I'd be really interested to see is that I don't think, though, that dockless systems are having the impact that we were hoping in terms of changing trips from vehicle to something else. I think that from my observations, no data behind it other than what I've seen, is it looks like a pedestrian trip is saved. You know, and so I still think that we have a lot of work to go when it comes to getting people out of a vehicle, using that and connecting it back in. Shared mobility hubs could be the solution for that. I think it's going to, you know, something that centers people around. Thinking about autonomous vehicles, you know, when they first roll out, they're going to have pickup and drop off points. It's going to be a lot like our current transit system, just micro. And when I think about it too, I think about one of the things I'm really concerned about is people jumping into an AV because it's an AV for the first time. We know there will be a lot of demand to try it out. And we've done all this work connecting it back to the transit system and demonstrating how you can use all these different modes, but people don't feel comfortable in an AV, so then they don't fully take advantage. It becomes a dog and pony show rather than an actual solution that we're working for in the interim before it's fully deployed. So those are just my thoughts on policy generally. Just kind of watch and see where you need.
Anyone else want to chime in on that?
Policy specifically, but your question got me thinking about how I think the reason why DC there was some anecdotal discussion of more people of color using dockless bike share is that people were calling the cops on black teens riding Lime bikes. And so thinking about just what is the role that discrimination is played in these different micromobility technologies, or even with TNCs, we still see canceled rides that are going into low-income communities or communities of color, or sometimes canceled rides when drivers are people of color. And so just thinking about how is that something that there's more of a culture change than maybe a regulatory change around that, but how can we develop algorithms for AVs that, the same issues might occur when we're talking about pooling. Who are you willing to travel with? And that's something we're going to need to think about as well.
Let's move on. This is a tough one. It's a very short question, but what needs, not benefits, do AVs meet in low-income communities? I mean, very often, right, the needs are things like affordable housing and jobs and access to health care. So maybe the AV becomes some small way in which some of those needs can be better met. I don't know.
Well, I'll just go to the next 5 years that I see. I know transportation planners like 20 years out. I'm not there yet. So one of the challenges when I think about little autonomous vehicle pilots that we're starting to see is that right now, it's a hardware challenge, really. The people that are of low income in areas that have low car ownership or something like that, how do you see people transporting goods? They're using a shopping cart, or they're not able to buy as many groceries because they have to carry them home. Well, all the computers are in the trunk and they're shared, so where can those people put their items? Or somebody that has a disability, where are they going to put their wheelchair? So where the technology is going in the next 5 years is very different than what we would like to see it go to, but it really is kind of a hardware challenge at this point where we're not going to be able to address some of those issues or learn from them anytime soon.
I think the difficulty with that question is where do we define a need versus a want, but I think there's something to say about what is a premium travel experience and democratizing access to a dignified travel experience that is responsive to what you want, instead of having to accommodate your life around a service that is inflexible and that is not necessarily responsive to you. I think I wouldn't underestimate the value of someone feeling, now I have an opportunity of having this experience of getting to where I need when I need it, instead of bending my life around this inconvenient thing that is far from where I need to be and not at the time that I need it. So I think there's an opportunity for AVs of giving that access and that elevated experience for people that have been locked out of that access.
Needs versus benefits?
People who do need to use a shopping cart or don't have access to a bank account or whatever it is will be on the bus. And we'll continue to see this bifurcation of transportation services.
So, I mean, one idea I have is could we get more people from more diverse backgrounds in the agencies and in the companies that are making these decisions? Because, for example, one thing we saw in the bike movement, as people began to realize all this new infrastructure was being utilized primarily by males, like 20 to 40-year-old males. And then all of a sudden, like, the realization occurred, oh, well, maybe women have different needs in terms of taking children to school and picking up the groceries, and it doesn't work as easily on a bicycle. And if there had been more women in the bicycle advocacy organizations, which are predominantly led by white men, if there had been more women working in the transportation agencies and so on, we might have thought through those things and addressed them beforehand. So I appreciate Jill's comment and would suggest that we think about ways that we can bring the people in now that can be looking at these things in the ways that some of us might have blinders to. Should we tackle that one? The next one is bike share or green lanes a cause of gentrification or a symptom? It's both. I would say both. But I could give you a really quick anecdote working with a bike advocate in Minneapolis and the extension of their, I'm blanking on the name of there's an east-west protected bike lane that's an old rail bed, and they're extending it now into North Minneapolis, which is the predominantly poor and people of color part of Minneapolis. And so the concern is gentrification, and this activist lives there and began to organize her community to try to see if they could prevent gentrification from happening. And so they looked at the possibilities of community land trusts, right, where the community comes together and says, hey, there's this derelict building, there's a vacant lot, let's buy these and prevent them from being bought by developers who will then come in and build market rate housing. What they found was that there were developers who had already bought these properties 10 years before, hedging their bets that eventually this neighborhood will gentrify and we're going to build when the time comes. So that long-term thinking and the obstacles that communities might face to slowing down the path of gentrification are great. And by the time the green paint comes, I think that the deal's already been done. Go ahead.
Hello? Okay, I have some thoughts on it because we come across that often. When we're working on an area, we're usually trying to enhance the experience, make it more desirable, and just about anything you do to a neighborhood that is making it more desirable, more attractive, is going to increase cost. We plant more trees, our trees causing gentrification. We're making the street, we're improving the paving, we're increasing gentrification, we're beautification projects, improving the schools. All of these things are making the neighborhood more desirable, more safety, more access to jobs, more amenities. All of these are drivers of gentrification. Does that mean that we should not invest in making the neighborhoods more desirable? So I think it's something about balancing, and there is a job of working with the community and figuring out what are the economic and policy incentives that need to happen at the same time that we're making the neighborhood better. It's not just let's stop making improvements because improvements are going to increase rents. So it's both. It's elevate the neighborhood and figure out what we need to do in terms of housing policy and in terms of economic incentives so that to minimize the displacement that is inevitable when you're lifting a community and making it a better place to live.
I think that there's often in these lower income communities or communities of color a lack of trust with government, and so when there are these proposals for different types of infrastructure improvements, it doesn't always feel like those improvements are for them, it's for who comes next. And so I think a lot of it is really process related as well as the outcomes.
Let's go ahead on to the next question. Discuss opportunities, challenges for addressing equity concerns by leveraging AV technology. What other lessons, such as those learned via bike share, should be considered? We've touched on this a little bit, but maybe if you want to each give it some thought. Take another second or two to add anything else that we haven't touched on.
One of the things that I like to kind of when I come and talk and with other colleagues is just point out that autonomous vehicles, I mean, they're not going to be the solution to everything, but what's really cool about them, the one thing that they've done right now is they've kind of facilitated this meeting of the minds that we're having. Were we having conversations around equity in this type of situation 5 years ago? The problem still existed. No, it didn't. So, I mean, are autonomous vehicles going to be the solution? No, probably not. They're going to be part of a larger solution, and we're doing a lot of that legwork right now. We're not going to figure it all out. We all have differing ideas on things, but we're actually starting to figure it out. And that's what's really cool about autonomous vehicles. You know, the technology is still very, very immature in a lot of ways, but hopefully for the first time, when the technology really hits our roadway, we'll have a lot of these types of discussions somewhat figured out with a path forward where it is going to have a true impact the way that we really foresee.
Building more transparency and accountability into all these processes. And I think San Francisco has done a good job of that with the scooter share model that I think they relaunched today, in terms of making sure these companies are providing geographic equity, and are providing services in the community of concerns, and you know, trust but verify. I think it's a good model going forward.
Hello. Okay, so one aspect of that is who sets the priorities, and I think that's where that trust with the community, there's a question about what is the problem that people find the most pressing, and making sure that the response and the investment is happening on, it's aligned with what communities are feeling it is there, of all the things that could change or that they would want to change, which are the ones that they're finding most pressing, and I think demonstrating with actions that the programs are responding to that set of priorities, and not that the priority isn't coming necessarily from the outside, is something that can make long ways in making people at least feel that this is responding to them and not coming from the outside.
I'll go the challenges route, and I think that AVs are just one of the different changes coming in the future, and how we plan for that amongst what is the future of work. And you know, this panel isn't really well suited to talk about the labor implications of autonomous vehicles, but that's another equity consideration, and also thinking about housing prices and land use. So just even as we are trying to address equity from a maybe cost and accessibility standpoint on this panel, just thinking about how that intersects with all of the other kind of disruptive changes that are happening.
Let's go ahead on to the next one. We have a few more minutes still. So can you provide positive examples of new mobility resulting in increased equity outcomes? Let me just give a quick example. This isn't really answering that question, but in terms of starting early with these conversations, and I love your point, Jill, that if anything, maybe the technology is forcing us to have these conversations. Some of you might be familiar with the controversy around the North Williams bike lane in Portland, Oregon, and the bicycle planners were really excited, right? We're putting more green paint down. We're going to protect bicyclists and make the street safer. It was the last part of Portland that still had some racial diversity, and there was backlash. And in the end, they took an additional, I think, year or 2 years of public meetings, and what the planners learned was not that the people necessarily objected to the bike lanes. They objected to the fact that nobody ever cared to listen to them, to what their experience was, to what their concerns were with the bike lanes and so on. So there's a real value just in establishing some kind of forum so that there can be a listening process. And that builds trust. So I think we've heard that theme as well of the trust that's necessary. Anyone else on that? Positive examples?
Well, I was just going to make one quick sentence, which is like, what, new emerging mobility, what were we, like 3 years in? It's really hard to get kind of comparative data, at this point in the game. I like the question though, because it's like, this is what we need to start looking at next. It's how do we measure that?
Oh, please, yeah, share with us. Since I'm not using it very well.
Well, since there seemed to be a struggling for a positive example, I thought I would just jump in. My name is Deborah Moore. I work with the Union of Concerned Scientists. I'm the Western States campaign manager. And the way the question is phrased, it did say new mobility. It didn't say autonomous vehicles. So my answer is more new mobility, not on AVs. But there's an example in the Central Valley of electric ride-hailing services that is a cooperative owned by the community, and it's serving farm workers. And they've decided to invest in all-electric vehicles. It started more like individual kind of farm worker sharing rides. So it does not have to be a corporate model. People up here were kind of talking about why should the private sector have to solve problems that the public sector hasn't solved. But I think that there's a whole other side to that question, which is why should we allow like the privatizing of profits and the socializing of costs as we allow private companies to reap the benefits of using public resources like roads and all kinds of other things, and then undermine public services like transit. So, you know, there are a lot of tricky questions around the roles of all these things. But anyway, that's one positive example.
Great. Yeah, that's an excellent example. I was going to suggest, you know, I had forgotten about that example. I've heard of it, but I was going to suggest, could we think in terms of decentralized, localized ownership of the new mobility technologies, and maybe that's a little bit utopian and dream, you know, dream world kind of, but that's one example where it actually is happening. Can we do one more question? Yeah. All right, great. Do you believe the cost of ridership for a citizen decreases or increases compared to today? I'm going to add really quickly, because we discussed in our conference call this idea as well that the cost curve might change over time. And so how does that affect sort of those who enter into the use of these technologies and then maybe lose the ability if the cost goes up, or the other way around? So does anybody want to take a stab at this one? Do you believe the cost of ridership for a citizen decreases or increases compared to today?
I don't have a yes or no answer to that, but I'll just speak to what I believe will happen. I think that the average citizen will pay a premium to get there, to get routed in a way that is the fastest or the most efficient. I think that generally the cost will go down if you're willing to not go the most efficient way. So it's like transit.
Congestion charging
Recycle.
on freeways. And,
yeah. I mean, and that's what, you know, it's funny because I was talking to a private company that will remain nameless the other day, and they said, I was really surprised that they just said it, was, you know, will people want to use it if it's not as efficient? Because, I mean, just technically it can't be as efficient in general. Protected left turn lanes are preferred, you know, these types of things. So the routing just in general is not going to be the most efficient compared to a transit operator. It's very interesting to think about.
We're entering the terrain of speculation because it really depends on the political will to manage access to that public asset that is the road. And do we want to provide free access for any of the modes, or do we want to start managing the streets in a more dynamic way so that depending on the time of the days or the moments that we want to incentivize certain modes, the price to those providers changes? And I think there's still opportunity, especially on dense urban areas, to implement pricing models that would make it more or less cost effective, but it's all, again, it depends. Are we going to have the political determination to use mechanisms that could make that more or less? I don't think it's depending on the technology alone. It's depending on the pricing of road access.
Just about out of time, but we can entertain one more. Maybe that's a great observation to end on, Myra's point. Thank you, everybody, for your time and listening to our ponderings.
Michael Johnson, I lead our urban design practice at Smith Group. I'm a landscape architect based in the Detroit area, urban designer. And I thank you all for sticking with us for this afternoon. This is, as Billy said, the really kind of interesting applied portion of our session. So what we're going to do is go through two kind of hour and 15-minute sessions between now and the end of the day. 30 minutes of kind of panel, first focused on design, and then we're going to kick it to you all and do a 30-minute kind of design exercise. So you have some materials on the table. We're asking you some pretty important questions about solving some of the contextual issues around the physical design aspects, and then helping us kind of begin to look towards how that will influence policy as we move into the afternoon session. So how'd I do? Yeah? Keep going? I don't even need you? Could we put the fire back? That was nice. And so what I'd like to do is, as we're having our panelists introduce themselves, we're going to ask you all a couple of questions on the Pole EV software that talks about kind of hopes and fears, because I think it's important for us to continually kind of ask these questions about where we want to be, what concerns us, and what we're excited about, especially in the context of this portion of the conversation, which is for many, and many in the room and many of the lay people out there, is kind of the most tangible aspect of it, is the physical manifestation of the streets, and how we can kind of leverage this important moment in time to think about and redesign not only physically but the policies to help us rethink one of the most kind of important physical assets that we have as cities. So the other point that I want to make is, as the folks are introducing themselves here today, you all are a really important member, not only of the design exercise, but of the panel, because you'll notice that quite intentionally, there's no city representation or no public sector representation on this. So these folks can kind of let you get inside of their brain and kind of be a little provocative, but we all need you to ask the really tough questions of these folks about what we're doing out there. So as they're introducing, and Billy, I'm not sure if that question will automatically pop up or... Killed the hopes. You killed my hopes and dreams. Okay, so sorry, we don't have that kind of point to come in, but we'll let these folks introduce themselves. We'll start with Jerry here, and just give us, Jerry, name a little bit about your background, and maybe as a lean-in, you can tell us, one of the things you're hopeful about and one of the things that you're fearful about as we talk about this kind of space.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Tierney. I'm with Perkins & Will. We're a global architecture urban design firm, and I happen to be the co-director of our mobility lab. And you say, well, why would an architecture urban design firm have a mobility lab? Well, we're involved in a lot of master planning projects, urban design projects, and I think the subjects that we've been talking about this morning, as you can see, are going to have potentially as profound an impact on the public realm and on our cities as the advent of when the automobile turned up about 100 years ago. And we can see what the outcome of that was. Back then, people could be excused that they didn't know what was about to crash over them. This time around, we don't have an excuse. If we don't get it right this time, we will be down forever.
Hello. I'm Rachel Zach. I'm here representing Remix. I'm a policy strategist. Before Remix, though, I was working for WSP, where I did a lot of innovative mobility stuff, worked on a lot of pricing projects, and also was the consultant who did emerging mobility study that was referenced a bunch of times by SFMTA and SFCTA. So I'm very familiar with what's going on here in San Francisco, and this project as a whole, and pricing specifically. Remix is software for planning your transportation future, and we spend a lot of time thinking about the public space and what cities need to see to be able to help people understand trade-offs, particularly removing parking. It's really nice to talk about bike lanes. It's really nice to talk about the potential of these projects, but they are very political, and people need to the public needs to better understand the value of their space. And that's something we think about a lot. And I think in terms of hopes and fear, I think we've seen a lot of the potential of these new service delivery modes. We've seen that perhaps one vehicle can meet demand of 9 given certain parameters. I think the fear is that we don't achieve that potential, and that we, as you just said very eloquently, Jerry, we recreate what we've already done, and we recreate past mistakes, and we take away power from people over their own streets. And I think that's what keeps me up at night.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Simon Nuringer. I'm working with BMW. I'm responsible for the research and engineering in North America. And while we're at BMW as an OEM, we are convinced that the future is electric. I think we're still trying to figure out what role vehicles can play in public space. Ultimately, we all want to live in more livable cities than they are today. And the reason why we get into discussions and engage in programs is try to figure out how could vehicles coexist with humans in a better way than we do right now. That's what's keeping us busy. So that's also one of my hopes, that we get this done better than we have in the past.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Dani Bjerkman. I work with Cruise Automation. We make self-driving cars here in San Francisco. We're partnering with General Motors and, as of a couple of weeks ago, Honda and SoftBank as well, with the intention of building a self-driving electric fleet of robot taxis. I'm one of the least technical people in the company. I come from a diplomatic background, but we have about 1,000 engineers and developers here in San Francisco and dotted around the country in Phoenix and also in Michigan, helping us drive roughly the distance between San Francisco and New York and back again every week in autonomous mode as we're testing and building and perfecting this technology. And as I look at how we're doing that and look at how quickly the technology is improving in our garages and also in the garages of some other companies in the same space, the hopes and the fears are quite closely connected, because you can see where this technology is able to go, and you can see how much, as our colleagues have said already, how much change it could bring to our society. But there's also a very real risk that we judge the potential of this technology and we regulate the potential of this technology based on how we understand the use of streets and the use of space and the use of technology from yesterday and years ago, and navigating that space where we are at the moment, where the technology still has so much potential, but we don't quite yet understand where all of the use cases and all of the capabilities are going to be. That's going to be a very important part for all of us to figure out together.
Right, so this is the first time I get to properly introduce myself as Billy Riggs, and I'm a faculty member here at Cal Poly, I'm not at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo anymore. I'm here at University of San Francisco, and prior I was at Cal Poly SLO for 5 years, and before that at UC Berkeley. And I approach this from a physical design standpoint, but also from an idea of how we can harness the benefits of technology to facilitate multimodalism, and that's why I see, in my mind, I see autonomy as linked to the many other things that we have dialogued today, and the fact that we had Andrew here in a conference that said autonomous vehicles in the city. And so that's really the vision, I think, is linked to my hope. I could think my fear is very real, and Melissa Rule, actually, I was not originally on this panel. I'm actually Killian von Neumann-Cosell today, who's with Bros, and we spent a lot of time talking. He couldn't be here today, but one of the things that we were talking about is in a component-driven society and Bros manufactures components that actually go in vehicles, so to be a window actuator, something that helps you roll down the window. And what role do components have in this? And that these micro-level engineering components now have a role in connecting to an AI in the vehicle. And that's really fascinating, but there's also, we have not only not rethought the vehicle in its entirety, we haven't rethought the street in its entirety. And that's where, if I was pivoting from the vehicle to the street, I love the way Myra Madriz earlier just said, like, we needed to really rethink what the street can be. And I think I approach it from that, and I approach it from the standpoint that I am a corner case. My kids are a corner case, and I don't want to be a corner case when I'm a pedestrian or a bicycle. And I think that's where I would, where I start from a fear standpoint.
Great. Well, so is, maybe to kind of build off that and of course build on the shoulders of the conversations that we had earlier today that I think were really fantastic. Maybe a softball kind of lead into this conversation about physical spaces. For you all, what aspects of the street itself are most important for kind of this, advancement of self-driving technology? Jerry? Yeah, sure.
I mean, I'm going to jump in here first. I think we have to, rather than focusing on redesigning the street for AVs or whatever, micromobility, we have to understand what the street is and its role in the city. And first and foremost, the street, it's a social space. It's a meeting space. What has it been historically? And yes, it is a means of conveyance, and it's been a conveyance for people to walk, to ride their horse and cart down a street, and then gradually along came automobiles and streetcars and things like that. What's happened here is that one single modality, the automobile, has been privileged over the last 100 years. And that privilege has upset the balance of urban life. And I think what's happening here, and in our conversations about AVs, micromobility, everything, the whole panoply of just ways of getting around, we really have to understand the context in which this conversation is happening and understand that the role of the street, of the public realm in a city, is critical to the success of a city. And in your mind's eye, think back to cities that you enjoy, places you like being in, and what is it you remember about them? You don't remember standing at the corner of, say, Wilshire and Veteran in LA, where you basically have like 5 lanes of traffic in each direction, basically a traffic sewer. That's not what comes to mind. You start thinking of somebody, someplace, somewhere in the United States or somewhere in Europe or somewhere in Asia, that's usually populated by people and street activity and what's happening on the ground floor of the building. So as we heard earlier today, what makes a successful street? And remember that. And then remember, I think Will Baumgartner said it earlier, that when the AVs turn up, they've got to fit in to that physical realm. We don't have to adapt to it. It's going to have to adapt to us. So I would kind of make sure that we frame the conversation in that kind of radical kind of viewpoint.
I would agree. I mean, as being a car maker, I guess, well, okay. So being a car maker, right, it would be easy to have the environment designed for the vehicle, but that's exactly, that doesn't take us anywhere. Right. So essentially, in fact, new regulations won't help, but existing regulations, right, well executed and also standardized and agreed upon on a global basis, right? That is exactly what's helping.
Let's give it time. There we go. If I can jump in there as well, there's an interesting kind of sequential process here, because one of the things that we've been very mindful of in designing our vehicles is that from day one the vehicles have to be able to operate in the space that's available to them. So we are designing autonomous vehicles that are on the roads at the moment that don't require infrastructure investment, they don't require sensors on traffic lights, they don't require smart strips on the roads. If an ordinary human driver can drive on a street in San Francisco, then one of our autonomous vehicles should be able to drive on those streets as well, because that, on day one, is going to be the safest way to share the roads with other road users. But in the same way that when we began to look at what kind of development platform we would use for our vehicles, and we decided if we're going to start from scratch, we're going to build autonomous vehicles that are fully electric, because that is the way to make this the most efficient and effective technology. We're at a point in time where we can think about the next steps in how we use space. I mean, we heard from from Lime earlier today. We're beginning to see companies and people play around with what the city means and what the street means, and I think we all have a role to play to make sure that we nudge that along, so that we're not just fitting in with what the streets are at the moment, but we're recognizing that we have an opportunity to begin to change this unimodal approach to streets and to begin to push the boundaries a little bit, so that yes, the AVs will fit into the streets that are there, but how can we change the streets so that we can all actually use them better and safer and more effectively?
Anything to add to that, Rachel? Or?
Yes, I actually think the most important thing on streets is speed.
Yeah.
And that's one of the biggest advantages, I think, with autonomous vehicles, is having an ability to manage speed more effectively. With managing speed comes the ability to more tactilely play dynamically with your streets, have multimodal streets that are designed for confusion, because confusion's fun and confusion makes interesting streets. So I would say, to your point, I think it was your point, that if we build streets, or if we're building product for the streets as they are, we might miss out on opportunities thinking about what streets could be. And so I think what technology brings is an ability to rethink streets as just space, just extensions of space that we now have access to in the city to do whatever we want. And the management is not mode specific, it's about people. And safety is supposed to be a big outcome of autonomous vehicles, while safety is related to speed.
That's great. No, I really appreciate that. So maybe, you know, to build off, Danny, your point about pushing the boundaries, you know, if maybe would like the panel to expand upon kind of some of the things that you're doing to kind of push the boundaries in this space, and what are you seeing, maybe more specifically, what are you doing with some of your partners in the municipal realm that are helping kind of push the boundaries, and even if you can talk about some concrete examples that you're seeing out there of even good and bad and really bad.
Sure, happy to, and I'll keep it. I'll try to keep it as compact as possible, because there's about an hour's worth of conversation.
Absolutely.
You just asked me.
Yeah.
So I think I'll answer this in two parts. One is, I think there are immediate things that we can be doing and thinking about for the kind of the lower hanging fruit in transit accessibility. And it's not just, I don't think this is just limited to autonomous vehicles, but this is something we can all be thinking about in the various industries that we're in, playing in this future mobility space, where if you're thinking about what we can do now initially to demonstrate the benefit of the technology and to begin to harness it, we look at things like accessibility and transport equity and the safety improvements that this technology can bring right on day one. I mean, our intention is to build a vehicle that will be able to drive safer than the average human being and will be able to access some of the transit deserts and transport deserts that we know people here in San Francisco and a number of other cities in the world are having to deal with, which limits their access to employment and limits their access to family and to social connection. I mean, if we just look at the aging population in the United States alone, there are some really significant initial benefits that we can get to right off the bat. But then there's a longer term question around how we begin to build our regulations and begin to make our infrastructure investments and our planning decisions so that we are not making decisions now in developments and in building new roadways and making new infrastructure investments that limit us to how we're thinking about infrastructure at the moment. And a really good example there is the fact that we have about 3 or 4 non-residential parking spaces per vehicle in the United States, which is about the space from here to that table over there and across for every single vehicle in the US. And we still, in so many cities around the country, have minimum parking requirements for new development, such that I just moved into a building down on Brannan Street at the start of the year where they sell parking spaces for $300 a pop per month. And they have 6 floors of parking because that's what they were required to have, and that garage stands almost entirely empty because most of the people who live in that building are under 40 and have decided very smartly that they don't need to buy an automobile in the city. And what we need to be very careful of when we take that long-term approach is making sure that the developments that we're building today and that we're going to be stuck with tomorrow aren't built on how we designed and built and moved through space yesterday. That's going to be something very important for us to take care of.
I think the first, and from a rollout scenario, the first move from our side is definitely going to be safety concern, and is going to be a highway use, right? I mean, that's the evident, that's the first case that we are going to attack. Second thing is, I think, and that's where it comes to cities, is the typical layout of a city when it comes to parking spaces, when it comes to a typical mall design, which is essentially a big parking lot and a small building. I think with autonomy, that can change to benefit everybody that wants to go there and leave from there. I think that's the second most urgent thing that we care about.
That's great. Yeah, Jerry.
You're talking about low-hanging fruit, but a lot of that is here right now. You mentioned about like parking minimums. I mean, we need to have, and the city of San Francisco, downtown in the C3 district, the Trans Bay district, Rincon Hill, has parking maximums In other words, and in fact, there's several now special use districts around the city. You have parking maximums where typically the C3 is 0.25 spaces per unit. In other words, one parking space provided for every 4 units. And on a conditional use basis, you can push that up to 0.5. The only time they ever do that is because the lending institutions, they're scared crapless that basically they won't be able to sell units with such a low parking count. Well, the data is out there that shows that their probably uptake is about 0.3 and that they're having to kind of like rent out the other parking stalls just to kind of office users. But I also want to give an example of, and Tilly mentioned it earlier today, on Treasure Island, 20,000 people are going to be living out there. And when that was being master planned and designed, the modality priorities were inverted. And on Treasure Island, it has been designed to give priority first to the pedestrian, second to the cyclist, and last, and probably least, is in fact the private automobile. And in fact, at one stage, there was just going to be a central parking garage, and since then, they have allowed parking on individual development lots, but at this 0.25 spaces per unit basis. And so we see an investment of, I think it's going to be somewhere around about 6 or 7 billion, that's with the B, the total capital investment in that development. And this is private development money, and they're already making the decision that it is beneficial to invert the modality pyramid, to prioritize the pedestrian. And that is not just an outlier, because then you can go to Mission Rock just across from the ballpark, AT&T ballpark, under development by the Giants. And again, prioritized. Pedestrians first, cyclists are active mobility second, and the vehicle, automobile, is third. So we already see in a pre-AV environment, we see that the market is moving away from this and is going towards the outcomes that we're looking for. So when we have these conversations about AVs, they will enable a trend that's already taking place.
If I can be a pessimist, Michael, and we're probably going to call time at some point. But, I think one of the things that Allison, Malik, and I, who kicked us off this morning, have talked about, and that, Michael, you and I have experienced, both being from the Midwest, is roads with potholes, roads without signs, roads without lines. And as much as I want to be a purist on the type of physical design that I want, we do have these situations where we don't have paved roads, or we have roads with potholes, and we have infrastructure that is not kept up. And so if we look at, Mike Boswell earlier was talking about the number of disengagements he had on his drive up from San Luis Obispo. And if you've driven on certain stretches of one-on-one recently, you know that that's not good on anybody's drivetrain. And the point there is that we talked a little bit about infrastructure. We talked about maybe how to pay for that. But when we think about design, there are like basic things that cities aren't doing. And yes, we can advance that, but we also can't forget the soup, the nuts and bolts of what makes vehicles operate in a rational way. And I'm usually not the one to say that, but I feel like it's important to talk about signs, lines, and potholes.
Yeah, and just to kind of bring that all the way home, I almost feel like the low-hanging fruit from autonomous vehicles is creating the urgency that we need to get the public to pay attention and support projects that benefit people. Again, that's creating bike lanes, it's taking away parking and helping understand that, that rationale and I'm only going to call him by his last name because it's so bad, Savage, was speaking to, which is really, I guess you asked for examples of how we've been actually working with communities, and I think what Remix does really well is be able to harness data to show you why a street treatment is important and how it's going to help that street or roadway for people. And so I think in terms of low-hanging fruit for AVs, that's like #1 in cities is the urgency.
That's great. Yeah, maybe to hit home the kind of urgency point too. I mean, I think as we lead into a conversation about what does the future look like, I have a question about time too, right? And so some of the things that we're talking about and some of the things that have happened, are these stepping stones to, to kind of near and even long-term kind of goals and the technologies you're working on, or where are we kind of along that space? Are we making progress, or is this going to need another kind of like really important moment?
Yeah, so I think about time all the time. No, but I think about, it's really difficult when you talk about new mobility as an umbrella term. It encompasses a lot of different types of modes that have a lot of different types of business models, and you can quickly, you're talking about AVs, and then you're talking about TNCs, and then you're talking about micromobility. And so there's a lot of different modes that you're trying to talk about without talking about modes. And so one timeline I've been focused on a lot lately is this timeline of MDS. And is a mobility data standard, is it ready to go? Is it something we should use? And what about shared streets? And one of the things that I think is really important about micromobility is this conversation around MDS. If you're not familiar with it, I'm sorry. To be sure, it's really just creating a standard for how mobility data is shared, led by LA. And so it's pretty nascent right now, and there's a large conversation going on about it, but it is really setting that digital infrastructure that we need for cities to become mobility managers. And so when we talk about timeline and how quickly these things will be rolled out, really why that matters is what should we be prioritizing right now? And if you ask me what we should be prioritizing right now, because we'll be in a better situation no matter what happens during this time of uncertainty, where everybody's turning to types of planning that is not forecasting, because we can't really do it anymore. It's all scenarios based. I would say it's building up that digital infrastructure that you need to have a voice and communicate clearly with all the different types of modes that are on your roadway.
Yeah, Danny.
If I can just jump in there, I think it's useful to understand this too in the context of a technology that continues to evolve. We are at the moment running our AVs on Chevrolet Bolt platforms, which are cute little hatchback, four-door hatchbacks running around San Francisco and Michigan and Phoenix. That's not the future face of autonomous vehicles, not for us and not for any company, but they're a very helpful, cost-effective development platform for us to perfect the technology. And that's a really important point to keep in mind as we think about timelines, because there's a very clear difference between what is on the roads at the moment, what we've got on the roads, and Waymo do, and Uber, and all the other operators of pods and pilot projects and everything else around the world, and what that is doing to advance this conversation. I really liked your point about building the idea of the urgency, because the reality is this technology is coming. We've spent the last 2 years so far developing a purpose-built autonomous vehicle. We have, coming off the production line right now, a vehicle still using the Chevy Bolt architecture that's going to not have a steering wheel or gas or brake pedals. But again, neither of those in 10 years' time will be the dominant design for autonomous vehicles, because the kinds of use cases that we will be talking about, the kinds of ways that we will all be able to operate this technology, and the way that we will interact with this technology will necessarily evolve as we begin to understand it better. I mean, there are a number of people in a number of cities around the world that make their money managing Airbnb properties that they don't own, doing a job that 10 years ago didn't exist because Airbnb didn't. And that's something that I keep in mind when I talk to folks about this, is that it's very difficult to give you a definitive timeline, because there's still so much evolution that we have to go through to understand what we can do with this technology.
So as we migrate to a design exercise on your tables, I just want to go right down the line really quickly and ask you 2 questions, very, very simple. First of all, do you all think design for AVs means more or less? Like, what does it mean for designation of space, right? More or less space. And second, give us right now what you think is the best example of adaptive reuse of urban space.
Whoa. AVs, I think, should, in theory, require less space. They should be more efficient in the utilization of the asphalt upon which they're driving. They've got better lane control, so one would like to think that lane widths get narrower. They could probably run a better headway, so the distance between vehicles is reduced. So they just use the space more efficiently. And I think that in understanding that, then, rather than saying that we can put more cars down a street, we should say the number of vehicles on the street is fine, but we kind of give the benefit over to, say, other uses such as bike lanes or lanes that can accommodate the Lime scooters and the bikes at the same time, and also increase the pedestrian realm. So examples of successful shared space coming to mind, actually, coming to mind is what Beth Galley, she's an urban designer, architect from Barcelona, did in the city of Cork in Ireland on Patrick Street Grand Parade, which was the main street through this town, where she reconceptualized that main street, and they've got everything from city buses to cars going down there, but she has done it on a public realm that really, I think, is exemplary.
Great. Rachel.
Although really smart students are Googling that before they get involved in the design phase. Okay, so more or less space. If cities do their job, I think this is a more space opportunity for all the reasons my colleague said here. They technically should be able to, and hopefully, we're in a housing crisis. It's a land use issue. All these greenhouse environmental problems that we're talking about are land use issues. Now's the time to take it back, make some housing. So for adaptive reuse, this one's fresh in my mind, the LA Eco Village. This is such a cool experiment in LA where they cooperatively bought some land and built a bunch of housing. And one of the big components they strongly believe in is transportation. And so they use tactile urbanism to slow down all of the traffic around their property. And they've painted beautiful sort of fun murals on the land, and we'll regularly go out and have children play in circles with adults like standing in circles, making people go around them slowly, and they'll educate all the drivers as they go by. And I just loved it because it's not a city investment. This is a group of people who do this because they care and because they can, and they're educating their neighbors directly because I really do believe that this is not just something government can get done, it's something that each of us has to take responsibility in and communicating to one another that we value our space, that we want to be out there communicating to our neighbors that it's our area and it makes neighborhoods better when we're out there together.
Great.
Yeah, would AVs have more or less space usage? Obviously, less space, preferably, and that's one of the good examples. Perhaps is take away all the space when a vehicle is not moving. So, if a vehicle should be moving, at least a non-moving vehicle in an urban, in a dense space is a waste of real estate. And so, while the vehicles might not be smaller per se, they may not be taking up real estate while they're not engaged. And I think that's one of the.
That's great.
Things.
So Singapore has 12% of its entire landmass taken up by roads. And to give you a sense of comparison, in the US that number is around about 1.25, 1.5%. And one of the things the Singapore government has been doing very actively is for all of their new developments, they're already beginning to bake in the idea of autonomy. And they're doing that because of what all of my colleagues have already identified, that autonomous vehicles will use less space and will therefore create more space for public use, and hopefully not for more parking for other vehicles, but for pedestrians and cycles and everything else that's good in the world that isn't internal combustion engines driving backwards and forwards. I would be remiss to finish this and to talk about useful examples without mentioning curb space.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that's worthwhile talking about as we go to our design exercise is thinking around how we can reuse the curb and recode the curb so that it is more reactive to the way that we use space and we move through our streets these days, so that it's not just banks of parking spaces, but can actually be useful, not just for autonomous vehicles, but for all the less than load deliveries and our Postmate friends and rideshare and taxis and everything else. recognizing that when we privatized the curb many years ago, we were all driving our individual vehicles and needing to park places, and that's not a way that we move through space anymore, which all of the conversations today have been testament to.
That's great.
Anything, Bill?
No, I just say, I mean, I don't think it's, saying one way or the other on that question is biases you all, but I think it's a competition for space.
Yeah, good. Okay, it's your turn. So what we're going to do now is use the next 15 or 20 minutes. You should have on your table some writing materials. You have an 8.5 by 11 sheet that looks like this, and an 11 by 17 sheet that looks like this. What I want you to do is, in working as a table, I got to talk louder, huh? Working as a table, you're going to develop some assumptions first and some consensus on this bottom left-hand corner. Spend some time talking about the assumptions that you're all making as you look into the design. So let's look at the kind of 10 to 15 year out period. Talk about your assumptions as a table. Spend some time talking about the physical design and actually draw right on there. And then what we'd like you to do after you do that is, as a group, kind of go to the bottom right-hand corner, and as a lead-in to our next conversation, talk about the policies you need to make sure that this can happen, okay? So let's take 15 or 20 minutes to do that. After you kind of draw on this, take a picture of it, text it to the number that's on there, and we'll get these things on the screen. The panel's going to walk around while you all are doing this, and then we're going to come back and have maybe 5 or 10 minutes just to unpack what we learned. So, thank you. Thank you, everyone. This is awesome. Thanks for those of you that submitted some of your ideas. We're just going to put a couple of these on the screen and maybe spend 5 or 10 minutes allowing the panel to react to kind of some of the things that we're seeing on the screen. So, this first one, the panel's had a minute here to absorb it. Any initial reactions to kind of what you're seeing from an assumptions and the design standpoint?
Well, I think one pattern we see is separation, right? Separation of speed.
Yeah.
Which is generally, as a pedestrian or a cyclist, you feel way better if you have species in the same speed with you. But I think also in the more dense the area is, I think it is also a good way to think about even less separation, but more mingling, which ultimately will lead to pedestrians and cyclists getting probably the upper hand.
Yeah.
What I love about this one is, putting the trees out there and creating that wider public realm, that space for active transportation. I was kind of encouraging people to ignore abilities like 6-foot wide sidewalks, things like that. That's a thing of the past. And I think these people were kind of taking it to heart here and just widening it out and letting kind of, how shall I say, the powered mobility kind of operate in the space that's left over. So starting with the premise, what is my kind of active transportation? What is my active component of the street like? Making that into a high quality realm, and then everything else has to fit in. And to your point, I think when you get into a kind of very dense environment, it tends to have the impact of calming the traffic down, just simply because it is so congested. The drivers are more mindful of what they're doing. It's where you basically have traffic lanes that are set up like a freeway that you get a lot of, the driver is just disconnected. But if you make it dense and difficult for them, they're actually paying more attention and it's become safer.
Well, and I think it's important to note too that, and I think I wasn't at this table, so I can't infer knowledge, but this looks like a street that was designed from the buildings towards the center rather than from the center towards the buildings. And what that means is that you begin to think about how you want to use the space, not how you're going to build the road for motorized transport to go. And that helps with building a more livable environment, with building a safer environment. And the plug for AVs in this is they then fit into whatever environment it is that you give them. You have less to worry about there than you would for a driver who, in a confusing commingling of pedestrians and cyclists and people with prams and everything else, that you can rely on the technology to drive at a slower pace, to be less impatient, and to get through the space much more effectively than impatient human drivers.
That's great. Whose group was that? Who wants to claim that?
Well,
right,
can I say something that's provocative about this, and what I appreciate it is because it makes fun of a paper I wrote a couple years ago that said that we should get rid of all one-way streets and convert them all to two-way. And I think it's a little nuance because what you've shown here is a one-way street. Okay, yeah, that's right. Okay, well, so why?
Right on.
Mr. Baumgartner, why I find that provocative is because when you think about this as a network, it does cause you to maybe reevaluate the role that a single lane one-way street with a pocket might play in urban environments. So if we're really getting radical, maybe a one-way street does have a role in a city, in a network of one-way streets. So that you're showing that, you're blaming my car. I think it's interesting.
Of a streetcar there. That's a two-way street that I'm looking at. Am I right, Bill?
I don't know. It looks like the headlights to me. Okay.
That's the tail end of the
Okay. But ignore me.
Just to turn that on its head a little bit, one of the conversations we had before we started here was questioning whether a two-way road necessarily needs two lanes, and so that could actually be a two-way road. You could give it a little bit more space and require the drivers to slow down and navigate around each other, and really calm the traffic of motorized transport if you really want to.
And actually, that could be what's happening here. I think the car is going around the trolley, and this one tried to pass but hit a tree.
All right. Next, maybe next design vision. Sorry, we poor car. Go, Michael.
Okay. All right. This is AV. What's that?
Loading.
Loading.
Looks like, yeah.
Load. Okay.
The right-hand side folks just seem to be kind of operating in a business as usual kind of realm. Although you've widened the sidewalk and got the mom and the kid or somebody on the sidewalk there, we still have that kind of loading AV. I guess the intent wasn't to make that all just continuous loading, but maybe sort of like pull out pockets with trees behind. So you might have used Will Baumgartner's car crashing into a tree kind of graphic, to indicate that it's not just a continuous, I hope, not just a continuous curb of loading and pickup going on there.
Any other reactions to this?
Should we go to the next?
The next one. That looks a lot like the last one.
Oh, no, sorry. Okay.
Here we go. No cars.
So I think this was this table right here. Is that right? Zach, was this you? All
right, right back here.
All right.
Yeah, you guys had a great conversation going on. This is cool.
On this one, I figured that if you're a motorist or you're in your AV, you kind of park on the outskirts and you take the streetcar or you take the scooter or the bike into town. Is that what I'm looking at here? I like it.
Right.
Okay. Or the AV just fits in between the two trees down the middle and kind of makes do with that. I like it.
Very cool.
Yeah, we can sneak it in there.
Yeah, all right.
That's actually a critique. Thanks.
Well,
Thanks,
I don't know.
Earl.
There could be some awnings depending on what we're actually seeing here. But I do like how the sidewalk was widened for pedestrians, the lowly pedestrian, and there's room for cycling. It's also a very pretty street, so nice job.
I mean, Simon, can you make the street work?
What I like about the street as a pedestrian is the accessibility of the tram. So living in a city where the tram is coming from Munich, where you have to cross the car lane to enter the tram, and so that is really a better solution. And still, a car could fit into the middle if it was a moving car and not a parked car.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that.
Cool.
One of the things the City of London has begun to implement over the last few years is the idea of healthy streets, and they've established a set of 10 indicators to look at how you build streets and build space in cities to allow for healthy living. So rather than just focusing on how efficiently do you get from point A to point B, beginning to think about how can you do that in a way that is healthy and that is better for the people living in that space. And I think if we're going to apply those indicators to these models, this is a very good example of a very healthy city where people can walk and get to places without needing to worry about vehicle traffic.
Yeah, I'm glad you ended with that, Danny. I think the kind of changing the metric, we started the conversation there today, what are the metrics and how do we define success? And I think getting towards health is certainly one of those that we all need to kind of make sure is on the forefront of our mind. Billy, I know we have to move to the next one. Do you want to toggle to the policy? Do we get enough words on the policy pieces as we move to our next panel?
Yeah, well, I can play off that too, because I think there's a policy thing and policy intent embedded in what Danny was saying too, which is really roadwide priority, and I'm not sure that got submitted. So I'm going to toggle to this, and we're going to keep the policy submission piece open. So on your poll everywhere, there should still be an opportunity for you to, we're getting some nice themes. Okay, so we're going to work with these themes going forward, but we're going to keep this open for you to contribute during the first part of the next panel. Our goal is to try to move from design to policy goals and objectives, and we'll introduce that later on. So, but we're going to hear from our next panel. We're going to try to roll right into it really quickly here, but if you need to take, we'll ask that maybe you take a 5-minute stretch break because we're actually running a teeny bit behind. But we should actually thank this group because they actually, they took a risk in participating in this exercise. So thank you all. Really appreciate it.
Well, thanks everybody for sticking with us for our last panel today. My name is Stephen Zoff. I'm the Executive Director for the Center for Automotive Research at Stanford, as Billy mentioned. And I think what we're really doing here is moving from shared space into a shared space and shared data place for this last panel today. So this is the panel focused on management of data and governance. So I've got a great panel with me here today, and I guess the way I'd like to start this off is by asking them each to introduce themselves and tell us for a minute or two what it is that you do. Regina?
Hi, great to be here. My name is Regina Clulo. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Populous. We are a mobility data platform that serves as a trusted third party between cities and private mobility operators. We started about a year ago. There have been a lot of changes in the mobility ecosystem. I used to be a transportation researcher previously. I was the author of the Davis study that I think has been referenced a couple of times today on how Uber and Lyft are impacting public transit, people's vehicle ownership preferences, and how people make other transportation decisions. And one of our roles at Populous now is to really help ingest that mobility data so cities can make more informed decisions about how to better allocate public space on our streets.
Can you hear me okay? Great. Hi, Deb Schrimmer. I work on our transportation policy team at Lyft. I'm an urban planner by background. Actually come to Lyft from the public sector where I worked in Sacramento at the MPO up there, the Sacramento Area Council of Governments. At Lyft, I really work on being sort of the Leslie Knope for any of the Parks and Rec fans out there, of sort of bridging that public sector kind of ethos and understanding of how cities work with what's happening as far as Lyft's products and services go. And so my team works on setting up partnerships with cities, working with researchers to understand Lyft's impact and how we help fill gaps in transportation networks, and really start developing the company's perspective on multimodal, which is something I'm personally really excited about and hope to dive into on this panel.
Hi, okay. I'm Ingrid Bayuz-Armet. I work at Firm Peers, a transportation consulting firm. I'm a transportation engineer with background in civil engineering and planning. I work on a wide variety of transportation projects, from land use transportation studies to design work. And lately I've been doing a lot of work on curbside management with a recent study that we published with Uber that some of you may have seen. And then I've also been working on a guide, developing a guide with IT on curbside management that should be coming out soon. Yeah, so hopefully we can get into some of that today.
Hi, my name is
Marcel. I'm with Zappix, a company that is focused on data and API orchestration for connected vehicles. We make it easier for companies to access, use, and monetize their mobility data. What that basically means in the context of the autonomous vehicle is we facilitate interaction with city and transport infrastructure. We help companies make use of the rider's time, and we also ensure interoperability with telematics data in the context of fleets. My personal role is I'm leading brand engagement, which means that I'm engaging relevant audiences with our technology and the awesome things people can do with it.
Great, thank you so much. So our theme today is about sharing data and sharing space, and I thought I'd like to start off with one of the examples that I think is a great one of collaboration between cities and new transportation providers. So when I talk on this topic, I typically like to show some good examples and very bad examples. And I think one of the healthiest ones that I've seen is the engagement between the ride-hailing companies in Washington, D.C. Over specifically in the Dubont Circle area. You know, Debs, you and I had been talking about this briefly, about trying to crack down on drunk driving and potentially make it easier for people to take a shared ride and not to take their own car. So Debs, could you tell a little bit about that study and sort of what was the genesis of that and how you think it's playing out?
Sure, and you know, this really ties nicely to what I've heard a lot of people talking about today around curb management and how this is really one of the big questions facing cities and thinking about as the rollout of new shared mobility modes is happening. How do we think about you know, this really valuable asset that we've just historically given away for free to private car ownership? And this pilot program that Steven's talking about is something that we started last year in collaboration with DDOT and some of their business improvement districts, specifically focused in DuPont Circle, which is one of the major commercial neighborhoods in Washington, D.C. There's lots of bars, lots of restaurants, a really popular place to go out at night. And the city was really interested in working with us on thinking about curb management, both from an efficiency perspective of being able to reallocate curb space for a higher efficient use instead of letting it be residential parking overnight and causing additional things like double parking in the bike lane. How could we actually convert that parking spot to a loading zone for rideshare operators to be able to use? But also looking at this from a Vision Zero perspective of getting safer roads, whether that's removing issues around double parking and the conflict that presents between bicyclists and pedestrians, but also reducing drunk driving and actually giving people a really obvious way to not have to drive after they go out at night and just walk outside and see a place where they can safely and conveniently request a car instead of having to drive there. So we started working with the district and found that infrastructure is a really important way to start changing people's travel behaviors, and by actually making that infrastructure available, people will take advantage of it. But one of the things that we've learned is that just having the physical curb space available doesn't create the type of compliance that we ultimately want to have. And that alone isn't a solution. And so what we're starting to do in partnership with DDOT and other cities around the country is actually start looking at what does a holistic curb management strategy look like. And one piece of that is the infrastructure side, which is taking out parking and giving it a more flexible use, but also using the technology within our app itself and using geofencing to actually encourage people to walk to an area to get picked up rather than being able to choose themselves, as well as complementing that with other design features like wayfinding and signage to help reinforce that from lots of different ways, both to drivers and passengers that, hey, this is actually where you need to go if you want to request a ride. So, you know, what we started in DC is really exciting, and many of the lessons learned around how we set up pilots and as well as how we work with DOTs is really informing our engagements with other cities around the country.
Great, fantastic. Well, Ingrid, you mentioned a study that you're just wrapping up now. Would you be able to share a thought or two about what you learned from that study with the group?
Are you referring to the study that we just published with Uber?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it ties in actually pretty neatly to what Debs was just talking about, which was the idea of allocating space to passenger loading so that you are able to get people out of the travel lane. So what we did with that study was we looked at 5 different locations across San Francisco where rideshare was pretty active, and we looked at, okay, what's the existing curb space allocation and what is the activity that we're observing at the curb. So, how many passenger vehicles are picking up and dropping off during the afternoon hours, how many buses are there, and like parked cars as well. And one of the big things that we did is we developed this metric that helps us determine what the value of the curb is in terms of passenger throughput. So you're looking at how many passengers is a bus bringing to that space in the 1 hour. And the same with different curb space allocations, if you give it to a parking space or to passenger loading. And so what we found, which was not surprising, is that transit is very efficient at bringing people to an area. And parking, on the other hand, is the least efficient, with generally bringing about 1 person per hour per 20 feet of space, which is basically 1 parking space. And passenger loading, generally, when you have that kind of high level of demand, is also pretty good use of the space in terms of bringing people to that area. So that was one of the big things that I think came out of the study, was just this metric that allows you to put a value to the curb and allows people to determine what is the best use of the curb when we're thinking about optimizing that space and making the best use of this, really kind of this asset that the city has.
Great, thank you. Marcel, I wanted to ask you very briefly, you mentioned that you're working extensively with telematics data. So what can telematics data from the vehicles themselves, bring to the puzzle that we might not know if we didn't have that available to us?
So first of all, in our daily work at Zappix, it's extremely important for us to really have a holistic view on the vehicle and the service that is attached to the vehicle, because the vehicle as a product just doesn't stand alone anymore. It's integrated in a whole variety of other services, structures, infrastructures, and so there are a lot of moving bits and pieces around that, around the vehicle, around the fleets, around the consumer, the service provider, you name it, the list goes on and on. And a very crucial part of that is telematics data. It could be related to what does the usage of the tires look like? How can we improve predictive maintenance? How can we ensure that fleets consisting of a variety of different types of vehicles kind of send the same data to the service provider to improve the service for the end consumer, improving security around the service in not only one city but different cities. So you want your data to kind of work with the standards that Houston is setting. You want your data to work with the standards that Berlin is setting. So there are a lot of different puzzle pieces that you have to cater to, and that's a big challenge. And the challenge is getting bigger every single day, and it's getting bigger with every question you have towards your data and you want to answer with your data.
Great. So you're implying that there's some heterogeneity across different cities in this space. I think most people in the room would probably agree with that. Regina, you've started a company in this last year dedicated to providing data in this mobility space. What was the need that you saw? What was missing that made you want to get this effort off the ground?
I think that one of the interesting challenges that's emerged over the last 5 or so years, basically since Uber and Lyft first started commercial services, is that a lot of cities were really in the dark about how they were evolving and shaping travel behavior. And a number of cities and public transportation agencies tried to form partnerships. But one of the big struggles was the need to have access to data in order to perform independent analysis, usually in partnership with consultants or in partnership with researchers. And there were a number of pain points, some of them completely valid, such as the need to protect commercially sensitive information when there were markets where there might be only 2 operators that were competing with each other, and also personally identifiable information. And so what we developed is a trusted third-party data layer that can sit between cities and mobility operators in order to allow cities to access and more easily use that data. Some cities like LADOT and probably San Francisco have quite substantial resources in order to develop their own mobility data platforms. But many cities in America don't. They might have half of a data scientist who is an intern for 3 months. And so, there's a real need for private sector solutions to help bridge the gap, and that's what we're building.
Well, that's fantastic. I think what you're really getting at is that in many cases, we don't necessarily know what the key issues are. So not only do we not have answers for the analysis, in many cases, we're not asking those important questions. So Regina, I mean, from your perspective, what are some of the important questions that we're not seeing addressed today?
Well, I think a lot of people have started to hone in on certain questions, such as do mobility services help us meet our sustainability goals? Are they taking people out of their personal cars? Are they a complement to public transit? Those are some of the kind of higher level questions that many cities want answers to and have made very little progress on answering. And then other key questions are really more operational, so better allocating public space, such as space near the curbs for Uber and Lyft vehicles to more efficiently pick up and drop off people and not get in the way of public transit or in the way of cyclists. But also now in the age of micromobility, how do we allocate space for dockless bike and scooter parking? These are all key questions that a lot of cities could better answer if they had access and could more easily use the vast amounts of data that are being generated off of lots of different types of vehicles.
Great. So Debs, I want to come back to you for a second and ask you about the partnerships between cities and industries. Obviously, you've been involved in a few of these now. What are examples of best practices or examples where you think this has worked well? Maybe what are some examples where you think it's not worked so well and why?
Yeah, that's a great question, and have to give a shout out to a colleague from the SFMTA who's been a fantastic partner as we've started thinking about events management and how we really start thinking about allocating curb space for big events here in San Francisco, like Hardly Strictly and Outside Lands. So, if you talk to Daryl, I think he and I would both agree that one of the first important things that you can really do in having a successful partnership is really understanding what goals all of the parties have. And that sounds really obvious, but it's so important when the public and the private sector are sitting down together and really understanding where you're coming from and what success looks like has been really helpful for us, as well as just being able to speak the same language. When we first started as Lyft, working with the public sector in our TNC capacity, it was really obvious to us that we just weren't speaking the same language. And a lot of the things and ideas and concepts that we had in the tech sector weren't translating well to the public sector because they thought about these issues in different ways. And being able to really sit down and get solid understanding and definitions about how we thought about different issues was really important and starts building trust, which is so critical to those partnerships. So I think that successful partnerships really start from a shared goal, common understanding, and then thinking about what are the metrics that are needed to be able to evaluate a partnership. And in our conversations, we often realize that many of the questions that cities actually have when we do a partnership or a pilot program around converting infrastructure to a loading zone, or working with a transit agency to do a pilot that might offer subsidized rides to and from a transit station to help support first last mile connectivity. Many of the questions that transit agencies or other partners have actually can't be gleaned just from the ride data that we collect. There's a lot of qualitative travel behavior type questions, and Lyft doesn't know, what mode of transport someone may have taken if they hadn't taken a Lyft. And we don't necessarily know a lot of the demographic data of who our users are. And so it's been really a good opportunity for us to think about in our partnerships, what other types of data should we be collecting through qualitative analysis, such as surveys and things that can help supplement the GPS data that we collect. And so we can really start answering all of the questions that we have.
Sure. I mean, so to push back on that for a second, for some examples of where this maybe hasn't worked so well, I noticed you pointed out these shared goals and metrics together with the cities. Is it always the case that the goals of the cities and the ride-hailing providers are the same? Or are there examples of where the goals don't align?
Yeah, I mean, I think that cities and private mobility companies do share a lot of the same goals around creating a more multimodal transportation network, really challenging this paradigm of car ownership, thinking about sustainability, but there are some real tensions. As a public agency, you think about who your customer is, and your customer is everyone. And, ride sharing has some ways to go in thinking about how we can really build a truly inclusive and accessible service for everyone. And, there's great strides that we've taken thinking about how we can better serve the unbanked population, how we can think about the digital divide and create more pathways for people to be able to request our services. We've recently become carbon neutral and are purchasing carbon offsets and trying to find ways to bring more electric vehicles onto our platform. But we still have a ways to go thinking about some of those questions and thinking about how we can bring more wheelchair accessible vehicles onto the platform. But I think in recognizing some of those tensions, there's actually more area for partnership, because a lot of those goals that the public sector has come through big intractable issues where they've come together to help subsidize new business models and really work together to figure that out. So I think that we're starting to figure that out and move towards let's get past some of these existential questions of whether or not TNCs should exist or private mobility. Let's really come to the table together and solve those shared goals and use all of the tools that we have available at our disposal.
Sure. So I want to come back, Ingrid, to you for a second and talk about whether the cities are actually asking the right questions. Do cities necessarily know the right questions to ask? Obviously, you've been working a lot in the curbside space. Where else are cities really going to need support in finding out what the right questions to ask are about the impact on their cities of new transportation?
I think that different cities are obviously at different stages, and some cities are definitely asking the right questions and really looking into the right data and partnering with the right people to answer those questions. But it definitely depends on what cities and what issues they're encountering. And obviously the bigger cities like San Francisco, New York, DC, LA have some of the bigger issues to deal with, or I would say more the newer issues to deal with, and have to kind of come up with the new methodologies and new metrics and ask the right questions, and the rest can kind of learn from them. So that's the benefit of being in a smaller city. You can see, what did LA do, and what worked well for them, what didn't work for them. I think that the DuPont Circle example that you talked about earlier is a great one that many other cities can now learn from, because and one of the things that DDOT did really well and is doing really well is at the onset of the project coming up with performance metrics that they're going to use throughout the pilot to evaluate, is this working or is it not working? And that will allow them to then decide, if it is working, then let's expand this elsewhere. If it's not working, let's tweak things and see how it can work better. And I think that's something that all cities should definitely focus on, is if you're going to be implementing a sort of strategy in terms of curbside management, what you really need to make sure that you do at the very beginning before you implement anything is, what is your goal and how are you going to measure whether that goal is achieved or not with this strategy that you're implementing. And so I think that that's the first thing that they should be asking is what's my goal? Similar to what she was saying about, when they're partnering, making sure they have shared goals, even if they're not partnering with anyone, just as a city, asking themselves that question and making sure that they have a plan to evaluate whatever they implement.
Great. Well, I think we have time for maybe one more question, and then I want to make sure I keep Billy on schedule here with our interactive session here. So I wanted to maybe ask this of the panel collectively. Regina, you mentioned the fact that some cities might have half an employee, maybe who spent 3 months working on a data analytics project. So there's potentially an issue where cities might not have the capabilities that they need to be able to conduct analysis. Yet on the other hand, we see some analyses that are conducted entirely in the private domain, and we have questions of reproducibility. How do we actually make sure that we can trust the analysis that we're given? So maybe to each of you down the line, what's the right balance of where to conduct these analyses and where to have the data be shared? Regina?
So I come from an aviation background previously, and in that space, historically, basically as long as the airspace has existed and airports have existed, they've required that airlines share data. So there's the 10% ticket sample. We know what 10% of airline fares are. We know exactly how many passengers are on those planes. We know exactly how many people are going to and from airports because they're using publicly funded space. And in order to plan around publicly funded space, you need to know, how many volumes of people are using it and how many vehicles are using it. And so I've kind of come at this new space with that, coming from that background, and really believe that in order for cities to be able to effectively plan for the future of mobility, they need access to data from all of the new mobility as a service providers that are arriving in cities. And if we can find ways that they can share their data securely, effectively, so that not only cities can use it, but also independent evaluators can use it, and researchers at places like the Department of Energy, who's a customer of ours, then we can more effectively plan for the future. I think one of the real challenges currently is that private mobility services have grown so quickly that cities and federal agencies and states didn't really know what to do, and so the data has really been closed. And I think we've reached a point with micromobility services where we've found a path potentially forward for cities and the public sector and researchers and all the institutions and people who need to be able to independently evaluate how we can make progress towards public goals are going to be able to have access to those through partnerships, like through companies like Populous and through other new forms of sharing data.
Great. Debs?
Off of that, I think that standards do play a role, and one of the ways that we're starting to see that play out is through an organization that NACTO, the National Association of City Transportation Officials, has put out called Shared Streets, which is a way for all mobility operators to share data in a standardized way around certain types of issues that can then be used to solve problems or answer questions that cities might have. And so earlier this year, actually just earlier this fall, Lyft signed on as a founding member of NACTO's Shared Streets initiative. And through that, we'll be working to share data about curb access in around 25 cities around the US. And we think that Shared Streets is a really exciting way for us to start building out standards for different types of use cases. So, this first one around curb touches and helping understand how to use the insight of where TNC activity is happening to inform infrastructure changes is one example, but speed data could be another type of use case, and start thinking about how we could use speed data from TNCs or from courier services or other types of connected vehicles and use that to feed into infrastructure decisions in support of Vision Zero, and knowing where hard braking is happening and where we should be putting in a roundabout or a speed hump or a speed bump or a speed lump. I love all of the fun infrastructure terms. Having standards can really help accelerate those conversations and give more information to cities. So we're really excited about the Shared Streets initiative and think that is going to be a really interesting way to help answer those questions.
That Shared Streets is definitely a really exciting tool, and I'm excited to see what comes out of it. It's definitely something that I think is missing right now, is just having that data to play with that everyone can have access to, and that's a really good way to come up with like a standardized way to share that data and then you don't have like privacy issues with. So that's exciting to see. I think that one of the questions that you raised is just cities' resources and their ability to do the analysis, and I think that that's kind of where partnerships come in, whether it's partnerships with Lyft or Ubers or the data platforms or consultants. I think as a consultant, our role is to remain as impartial as possible and to provide that additional support to agencies that maybe don't have the resources internally, and to do the analysis as transparently as possible and just maintain that like impartiality where everything is based on data and we're not really going to, we're just, our results are going to be based on the data so that you can, they can answer the questions that they want.
Marcel? Last word.
I love where this conversation is going because I love to talk about partnerships. It's really crucial, both for actors and players in the public space, but also in the private space, to really facilitate and enforce making partnerships with players around them. And accessing data, using data is certainly also a super crucial aspect of that. But what we should not lose track of is where do we want to take this? Like, what is the goal when we do strategic planning? And one really interesting use case and idea for cities, and that might not make the private sector people in this room very happy, but it might be a data tax, a city data tax, that also could help cities finance the efforts that they're taking to make the data more accessible to exchange data. It could be for specific API calls, could be for a certain amount of data that is being used from public players, and that might make it easier for cities to really get projects going to get insights and share data in that space.
Fantastic. All right. So I think that Billy's going to come up here and talk a little bit about two things. One is specific policy goals and specific policy objectives.
I'm not needed in this panel any longer. So we're going to circle back. We've talked a little bit about these high-minded values, and you all can feel free to mingle. There are no drinks yet, so don't get lost. So we have some policy thoughts that we've thrown out there. In front of you, you have a policy workshop sheet. And so what I'd like you to do is work from that. There are specific instructions. So our goal over the next 15, 20 minutes is to identify a theme, a couple themes. What is a specific goal? And I explain policy, what's the difference between a goal and objective is this is one type of way that we are moving towards tacit policy, something that might go in your general plan, something that might go into a policy document in your city. So outline a goal and what are 1 to 3 specific objectives that might be consistent with that goal. And that could be something up here if you can identify a key theme, maybe pricing, parking, curb access. I actually think that travel behavior is something that this panel didn't get into that much, that I have a keen interest in, and I wish we would have, I think it's embedded in a lot of the things discussed. So let's actually take some time and do that. You have about, I would say we're going to keep it probably 10 minutes. And then we're going to come back. I have a way for you to submit that, and we're going to see these up here, and we're going to talk through them as a panel. So I'm going to let you all wander, mingle, do your thing. You all, time to work, time to be applied. If we can get our panelists up here, let's just kind of talk through these. So we have a very clear goal statement here on the second. So it says, goal to achieve regional coordination, perhaps via regulation that ensures appropriate scale deployment of micromobility solutions to address Lime bike ban in Berkeley, for example. How do we get, that's fascinating. That's an interesting goal. High level. Any feedback, any thoughts? Turn it on.
Well, one of the challenges in the Bay Area and anywhere is that right now the regulatory landscape is such that cities are able to set their own policies, and so yes, there is a need for regional coordination, and it's happening, I think, in some regions, so maybe those regions can serve as an example for the regions that don't have the coordination.
So I think somebody is actually now posting the objectives, maybe from a regional standpoint. Maybe this is the same individual. Stephen?
So I would say there's actually a different way to address that question. So you could say there's regional coordination, either of the regulations themselves, or there is coordination of the services to provide, let's say, more comprehensive service. There was actually a paper that I wanted to recommend people read. What's that? There's a paper that I wanted to recommend people read from the International Conference of Mobility as a Service in 2017. It was talking about mass topology, mobility as a service topology, and all the way from no integration to up to level 4 where there is integration of societal goals. And so I would encourage people to think about coordination of the services themselves to provide a comprehensive offer rather than individual dedicated services.
I guess fantastic. Ingrid, any other thoughts?
Right on the head. But I think a combination of the two is kind of needed. Like you can't really have, or I think there are two different things. Like I think the way I interpret what he's saying is that you want, for instance, coordination between Caltrain and BART and Muni, which are obviously operating in different jurisdictions, and so, but that also requires coordination between the different agencies. And what maybe she was answering is more on the micromobility side, where right now, you know, there's scooters in San Jose, but we just got scooters in San Francisco, but they're different like providers. So if I'm a user, to me that's very annoying because now I need to have 5 different apps for the 2 different cities that, I mean, recognizing that the Bay Area generally operates as one area and people move between one city and the other a lot. So kind of how I think what the objective is getting at is how do we come up with a kind of shared policy for all these different cities in an area that allows for the same provider to have like maybe one application that serves San Francisco and Oakland and Berkeley and San Jose and whatever.
Well, to kind of bring it back, I think one of the reasons why all these services have emerged is because of our lack of coordination on the public transit side. If there weren't gaps, then there were no gaps to be filled.
Okay, Marcel, last word?
I love the Clipper Cart 3.0 idea because it brings us closer to where we actually want to go. Because people want to consume mobility, they don't want to think about it. They want to push a button. They want to move from A to B, but they don't care if it's BART. They don't care if it's Muni or Lyft or a scooter. They just want to go places. And as the sooner we get there, the better for every player that is involved in the system.
Stephen, last word?
I'll pass at this point.
Public procurement is what I'll say to Clipper Cart.
All right. Ingrid, last word?
Transit is what comes to mind, is like make it as seamless as possible for the user so they, like you said, don't need to think about what service they're using.
So my last word is going to be governance, because I think everything on here really has a theme that revolves around that phrase, and a lot of it is complicated by some of the stuff that, Stephen, you identified earlier in terms of preemption and the desire for self-regulation for many cities. So we do have some points of conflict here, some points of tension, and that's why I think it's really great to end up on a note where we're actually talking about how do we evolve policy and governance. So before I introduce our final speaker, I want to give our panelists, and we can clap for Debs, even though she had to take off, a hand. And Stephen, thanks for modeling a great discussion around data and physical management. I want to introduce Matt Mahan. Other than Michael Johnson, actually, he may be the individual that I've known the longest in the room. And so Matt is CEO of Brigade.com, and just a quality human being, very invested in the Bay Area, but also in innovating governance. Brigade.com is, I would say, the ancestor of Causes. So if you remember Facebook Causes, and so Matt's been involved with civic innovation for a number of years. And with that said, I just also engage with Silicon Valley leadership and local politics, and I just want to introduce him to invite him to come provide some concluding remarks.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. How are y'all doing? Eat the mic. All right, can you hear me all right? Okay, great. Well, thank you for inviting me to join you. You know, before I get started, I want to preface my comments with two things that I hope set appropriately low expectations. The first is that I know nothing about autonomous vehicles, so other than what I read in the paper occasionally, so I'm not going to teach you anything new on that front as policymakers. I also am fighting a nasty cold that my 9-month-old daughter brought home from daycare last week, so please bear with me. But I do hope that I can offer you a unique perspective on public engagement through digital tools that might be useful to you as you do your work. I've often found it educational and inspiring to look at how others in adjacent spaces are tackling problems, and so my hope today is to share a little bit about what we're trying to do at Brigade and hope that that might spark a small bit of inspiration for you in your work. So Brigade is in what's known as the civic tech space, which in some ways is actually the flip side of the work done by the policymakers in the room. While you shape, make, and execute important policy decisions that affect all of us, often with very little awareness of that process on the part of most of us as average citizens, Brigade is coming at the problem from the other side and trying to incentivize more responsive public policy from the citizen side by meeting ordinary citizens where they are and engaging them in even the simplest ways to understand and participate in the electoral process and the political process, both through legislative advocacy and engagement in elections. So before I go any further into the tools that we've built and some of the things that we've learned over the last 4 years, I wanted to share a little bit about why we started the company, the problem we were trying to solve, and how we started to think about the solution. And then I'll share kind of what went wrong and how we adjusted and what we've learned from that, which I hope is useful to you. So going back to the fall of 2014, so about 4 years ago, when the idea for Brigade was just germinating, my co-founders and I were really concerned about the state of democracy. And I'll say that not much has happened over the last 4 years to reduce our concern in that regard. And I probably don't need to bore you with the litany of depressing statistics that demonstrate how frustrated, angry, and yet almost ironically uninformed and disengaged the average voter has been in recent history. This might be starting to change. We'll certainly see if turnout is up in the midterms next month, but the long-term trend line for many decades, 50, 60 years now, has actually been quite a significant decline in public participation and trust in government. I'll share just 2 quick stats to help illustrate that problem over time. So the first is from the Pew Research Center, which has been measuring trust in government since the 1950s. And they've tracked the percentage of Americans who say that they trust government always or most of the time. And that number from the 50s to today has been in steady decline from over 75% to less than 18% today. And it's been very steady. You can't just blame Richard Nixon for that as much as you might want to. It's really been a very steady erosion of public trust in government. The second stat that I found sort of interesting is that while turnout for the presidency has remained constant in the high 50s for many decades, when you look at participation around midterms, primaries, down ballot races, the story is very different. And similarly, there's been a really significant decline. You may have read that Eric Garcetti, mayor of LA, was recently reelected with 80% support, but when you dig into the turnout numbers, only about 20% of eligible voters turned out to vote. And even worse, 6 years ago, Ted Cruz actually won his safe Republican primary with just 4% of the support of his district, which I think has raises real questions about the state of our representative democracy and just how representative it actually is. So as we were sitting around 4 years ago thinking, well, what do we do about this problem? There was this other trend that we thought was actually very promising, which was that in consumer internet technology, in sector after sector, we were finding that not just apps, but just digital tools broadly that were focused on consumers were delivering better services, more responsive services, greater information transparency, lower coordination costs, lower transaction costs, and generally producing a much better experience for average consumers who wanted to do anything from the frivolous, ordering a pizza to be delivered, to getting around town, to use an example that's pertinent to today, finding someone to date, applying to a job. I mean, in sector after sector, we were seeing this trend of consumer platforms aggregating and organizing consumer demand and figuring out how to actually create more accountable, transparent, and ultimately responsive systems in those sectors. And we thought, well, if that can happen in other sectors, why not try to apply that to the political space? You really ought to have an app that at least lets you see who represents you based on where you live, what decisions they are responsible for, what decisions they've made on the issues you care about, when their next election is. You ought to even be able to take action digitally through advocacy targeted to your representatives, and by organizing your votes, your dollars, and your time around candidates who support you. And heck, even one day, maybe you should be able to vote digitally as well. So that was kind of our mindset 4 years ago. You might feel a little differently about it after the last election. So in all, what we were planning to do was build this kind of comprehensive, citizen-centric platform for political participation, which actually doesn't sound so simple, but when we were drawing it out on a napkin 4 years ago, it was just kind of circles and boxes. It seemed pretty straightforward. So our first version of the app actually was pretty simple. We basically built a quiz app for people to weigh in on issues. It was really opinion-centric. We knew that we wanted to meet voters where they were, generally distrustful and disengaged, and we sort of believed that, well, everyone loves to share their opinion, and they're genuinely interested in what their friends and family members think. And so that was our first app. It was basically a political quiz app. We got to about 30,000 users. They took over 100 positions on a range of issues, so over 3 million opinions were expressed. And for that audience, it was really great, but the app didn't really grow. It didn't grow, and it didn't retain people. People got bored of it over time. So we talked to some political scientists, some journalists, some policy. We talked to a bunch of experts, and they had a range of ideas. And then we just started talking to our users, and including our family and friends who had tried the app and thought it was cool for a week and then stopped using it. And what we found over hundreds and hundreds of conversations was that the barriers to civic participation, which I think ultimately translate into a lack of trust in our public processes and our public institutions, really boiled down to two things. And that's what we've been trying to tackle for the last few years now. The first is complexity, information complexity. And the second is faith in one's own efficacy. So I'm just going to say a word about what we've done on both of those, and then I'll leave you with some final thoughts. So the complexity point is actually pretty straightforward to understand. When the United States was founded, the entire population of the country was 2.5 million people. So a fraction of the size of the Bay Area, right? The largest state was Virginia, had about 700,000 people. The largest city was Philadelphia with about 30,000 people. So it was a much more scaled down problem, the problem of representative democracy. And of course, within that, the electorate was only a fraction of that. It was property holding white men. So maybe a fifth of that total population, maybe a third. From the average voter's perspective, he just had a handful of elected representatives and a very small number of issues that were being discussed in the public square. Today, in contrast, our senators here in California represent 40 million residents. The average voter is represented by over 30 elected officials who weigh in on issues that our ancestors would never have dreamed of, such as autonomous vehicles. And that's before we get to the over 20 million government employees who staff a vast bureaucracy of departments and services. So it's all a little overwhelming for the average citizen to begin to make sense of, even if they want to engage. I like to say that democracy has failed to scale. So this first problem, I think, is exactly what information technology is meant to address. It's to take great informational complexity and simplify it, personalize it, time-bound it, and otherwise process it so that the data that you need as a citizen is there for you as a service when you need it and how you need it on demand. So at Brigade, we invested in district mapping to help voters understand who represents them, partnerships with third-party advocacy organizations that could update voters on the issues they care most about, and a tool we called the Rep Tracker, which I'm going to come back to at the end. Now let's talk about the other problem we found, faith. It turns out that even when you get voters to the point of basic informational awareness, even in a highly personalized and customized way, you run into a much more pernicious problem in our space. They often don't believe that their participation is going to make any difference. They don't believe in the efficacy of their own voice and their own action. For some, it's still a matter of scale. It's fundamentally about, well, there's so many people and so many issues, what can I do? But for many, it's worse than that. They think that the system is rigged against them. In fact, as an aside, and I won't go into it because we don't have time, we were so in tune with how voters were feeling in 2016 that we actually predicted that Donald Trump would win the presidential election by flipping states in the Midwest. We were seeing registered Democrats who were so frustrated with the state of the country and the economy that they were actually crossing over at historically abnormally high rates to pledge their support to the Republican nominee. So that's a different story that I'll save for another time. But this problem of faith in one's own efficacy and the belief that by taking action it may actually matter is much harder than information complexity, which is what I think technology companies like ourselves are really well suited to. It's in many ways, I think, maybe the most fundamental and most difficult question faced by anyone who cares about public participation and public trust in government and policymakers and in our political and economic system. So it's really a question of culture, I think, more than it is about information and tools, which is where we started our journey as technology creators. So we've gone through a number of iterations of the product, and a lot of what we've done is try to help people connect with other humans and find that they can build community online with other like-minded people and that they're a part of something bigger than themselves. But I also wanted to go back. I wanted to share what we've done more specifically around this concept of a rep tracker and the sort of transparency tool that might actually be useful to your thinking. So to me, let me share what that is. So the rep tracker is in many ways, I think, the best expression of what a technology platform can offer people who have lost faith in the efficacy of our political system. It shows you who your representatives are. It allows you to make direct asks of them delivered publicly through Twitter where they can respond without any filter. It tracks all of those asks over time. It allows third-party advocacy orgs and policymakers to actually give you bite-sized, personalized feedback on where your reps have stood on those issues and why and what their arguments are. And we're now starting to integrate a social layer so you can see which of your friends have also made the same asks and aligned with you and given issues within your district so that you could get organized together around those issues. And in this election, we're actually enabling those voters to endorse candidates or challengers against the incumbents around specific policy issues that they want to see enacted in the world. So we're helping people build real political power around their asks. So to my mind, this is really a mechanism for transparency and increasing the promise of accountability in our system through technology. It's simple and it's still very much imperfect, but it points to a way of bringing the political process to people rather than trying to pull people into the process, and helping them on their own terms understand openly and honestly what issues their government is grappling with and what where their representatives stand on those issues. It also helps voters understand that they are not alone and that they have power to organize around specific issues with other like-minded people. So in wrapping up, I want to emphasize that I think companies in the civic tech space, and Brigade's just one example of dozens, are really just scratching the surface of how technology can start to address civic engagement challenges and this lack of trust. There's been a chronic underinvestment in these kinds of tools because it doesn't fit the standard mold for venture capital-backed companies. But I really believe that the world's not going to move backwards. As important as face-to-face interaction will be, I think that our initial touch points and perhaps more and more of our engagement with citizens is going to be digitally mediated. And so I hope that this kind of brief glimpse at the problems we've tried to tackle and some of the ways we've adjusted might be some food for thought for you as you think about how to involve citizens in your policymaking process and build trust with them in a transparent and open way. So yeah, thank you very much and look forward to chatting with you afterwards.